Did Iran majorly miscalculate? Because even now, President Trump is providing Iran with an off-ramp, telling them to come to the negotiating table. At what point will Iran take that offer?
Well, according to your narrative, Iran always miscalculates. It's a regime. I heard the regime 20 times in the last 10 minutes as I was listening. You sound like TASS news agency upgraded during the Soviet Union. And you say the regime is unpopular and is killing its people. When General Soleimani was murdered by the same Trump that you talk about, millions of people came to the streets of this city, Tehran, that I'm in. So how is it that he's so unpopular? This propaganda that you're producing is only justifying aggression. What the Israeli regime did was aggression. What it did was unjustified aggression. And Netanyahu has been saying for over 30 years, some say up to 40 years, he's been saying that Iran's on the verge of creating a nuclear weapon. And thanks to people like you, he gets away with these lies.
Can we talk a little bit about the regimes?
Saying regime, I think it helps you contain your contempt for independent countries. You after all, you work for Sky News. It's understandable. But the regime, how do you know that the Israeli regime had bases inside Iran? You're just repeating their propaganda. Of course, Israel for you is not a regime. Sorry, it's a state. But it's a genocidal state carrying out extermination in Gaza. But that's not really important.
Are you denying that top commanders were killed?
Oh, so you mean what you're referring to basically is an attack, an act of aggression, that they suddenly fire missiles at civilian targets at apartment buildings and slaughter people in those apartment buildings, slaughtering whole families. For you, that's targeting. That's a really sophisticated act. One of the buildings that had some of these commanders, one or two of these commanders, was a large apartment building where they killed everyone. 60 people, 20 children. That's not important for people like you, but that's important for people like us. For you, people like you who support ethno-supremacism.
We're trying to give you airtime so that you can give us the Iranian perspective on this. And we want to know, and I want to understand, Iran's position here. Will you come to the negotiating table now? Donald Trump, after these series of airstrikes and this attack was launched, called on Iran to come back to the negotiating table. As the spokesperson of the regime, or as someone who worked closely with the negotiating team, do you believe they will come to the negotiating table now?
Well, your regime should know we were at the negotiating table. It was Trump that conspired with Netanyahu to attack Iran. This is how you twist the truth. You shouldn't invite me because you're easily exposed. Iran was negotiating. Initially, Trump had one position, and so did Witkoff. And then they flipped and said no enrichment. And then they continued the negotiations. And the night before the attack, Trump said that we don't want war. And then after the attack, he said, we're all for it. And you're saying Iran? Is Iran going to come back to the negotiating table? The audacity. Come on. Show at least a bit of integrity. A bit of integrity will help.
Okay.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott with guest correspondent NIKO House. Episode 174, Running on Empty. And all new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go. Here we go, guys. Welcome to another episode of The Homeless Left. I'm your host, Matt Weinglass. We're here with you guys this afternoon, Thursday, all day here, giving you guys the non-tribal approach to news. It's a non-tribal approach to pretty much everything, how we look at the world. And with all the breaking news, we have to basically do our due diligence and stay on it for you guys. We know we're all doing this together with you, because you feel the same way we do. You feel like your team has let you down, your party's let you down, whatever group you felt part of your whole life. They were the good guys. It's the other team that was the bad guys. You've had enough. And you thought maybe before exiting, you thought you'd maybe try calling out some stuff, maybe holding them accountable, maybe asking some questions. But guess what? We were told we're not allowed to do that. Not allowed to ask questions. Shut up, stay in line, let your team go to battle against the other team, and let's beat them. Let's beat our neighbor. Let's beat the person who voted for the other person. All that was a lie. All that was theater. All that was distraction, pitting us against each other. Oh, shoot. Okay, we had a little glitch there. Let's come back in here. Give me a second, guys. We'll be right back in. Okay, a little glitch there with StreamYard. They've been messing with us a bit, but I know you guys know to hold off while we try to figure out that tech. So I think we're good now. Just need to do a little reset on the banners, and we'll get right back into it. But you guys know we're just getting started here. We're just getting started. Okay. What we're talking about? Well, this is what happens, right? You finally decide you're ready to remove yourself from that, and now we've opened up a whole nother chapter of the battle. What are we talking about? Well, now we're talking about being in a space like this where we're finally using our critical thinking skills. We're finally understanding that the people that we were told to hate, we're all actually on the same team. What team is that? Well, that's Team Humanity. Guess what else we figured out? The people that we were told were our enemy in other countries, right? All the people that were going to take over the world, the next Hitlers. How many of them have there been in our lifetimes? You guys, come on, let's go down the list, right? Well, more recently, we got Venezuela. We have Iran. Seriously, right now, they're going to take over the world. They're going to nuke the crap out of us. They hate us for our freedom. Every country in the Middle East hates us for our freedom, except for our greatest ally. That they're good. They're good. Everyone else wants to kill us. Kim Jong-un wants to kill us. He crazy guy with nukes. China wants to kill us. Putin's the next Hitler. Putin wants to take over the world. What do all those countries have in common? Iran, Venezuela, Russia, China, North Korea. What do they all have in common? None of them are implicated in the Epstein files. Oh, wow. Holy crap. Must be a coincidence, right? That might just be a coincidence. That's what we're talking about. Total coincidence. So the real battle we're fighting, now that we're having our aha moments, right? The aha moment is the people holding us back, the people distracting us, pitting us against each other. The Epstein class, the pedo, psychopath, child-eating, bankster, warmongering psychopaths, they're our enemy. And they're the ones making all the havoc, creating all the havoc across the world. So in a weird way, these other countries, they're fighting the fight we need to fight. So we're in a weird way, we're kind of all on the same side with them. They're not fighting us. They don't hate us for our freedom. They're going after the pedo psychopath banksters that have been controlling us the whole time. That's who they're going after. So if you're feeling a little weird feeling right now, like, oh my God, are we kind of cheering for Iran a little bit here? Is that a weird feeling? Do you feel a little guilty about that? Well, that's okay. That's okay. Because they're coming after the people that have kept us down our whole lives. And there is something exciting about that. There's something exciting about that. They're not coming after us. You guys know that. That's why you're watching our show. And we're here not to just talk about it. We're here to look into it, do the research, do our own homework, right? Have analytical discussions. That's what we do here on the Homeless Left. And then we throw it to you guys and we ask you to continue the work on your own. You're not just watching this as entertainment. You're actually going to action as well. And the action is, what do we do about it? And that's the other half of this show. That's what we do here. We're figuring out the problem, and then we're going to discuss What do we do about it? And that's what the homeless left is. It's a community for everyone. We're not a tribe. We're not a club. You don't have to check boxes to get in. All you got to do is agree that we treat each other with respect, and we actually welcome all types of ideologies, all types of point of views. Debate is great. Debate is awesome. It actually is healthy to have disagreements. It's very okay. Don't worry, guys. Our words are not going to kill you. So that's a little warning up front. Our words will not kill you. So sit back, relax. Actually, don't sit back, relax. Get excited. Get excited. Get on the edge of your seat with us. We're going to have a great show. What are we calling it today? Running on empty. Running on empty. That's a double entendre. Our gas tanks are low. They're going to probably stay low in the coming weeks and months. But we're kind of running on empty on trying to keep us all in place and keep us all in line. I think we've kind of had enough. So we're ready for a new kind of fill up. So let's fill up with some actual critical thinking and some new type of something to wrap our heads around that involves us using our brains for once and not being told what to think, feel, and do and who to be mad at. We're going to figure it out together. Okay. We have a great show. We have Jay Scott coming in here in just a second. We're also going to be checking in with NIKO House. We got a good story that he's going to give us that we need to get into. We have the LA situation here, and you guys have heard about it. If you guys are watching from LA, I know a lot of you guys might be on the Facebook stream right now, which we kind of throw out there sometimes. But if you guys are worried of any sort right now, don't be worried. Iran is not going to attack us. They're not coming after us. I'd be a lot more afraid of our greatest ally in the Middle East, the one with the history of the false flags. I would be a little more concerned about them right now, not Iran. Again, they're going after our leaders and the puppeteers. They're not concerned about us. They're not concerned about us. In fact, they kind of feel bad for us because we've been kind of under the spell this whole time. Anyways, with that said, let's just get on with the show right now. We appreciate you guys, all your engagement on YouTube. Please keep that going for us. It's been awesome, actually. It's been quite shocking, and we think, is this gonna end? Is this gonna blow up in our face? Because our last YouTube channel did get not just demonetized. It was way worse. We got terminated. We got told that our words were too dangerous for the community, so we had to start a new one. This is the channel, and we appreciate all the engagement we've had on just this last year. We've only had this up for a year and change, and it's doing very well. And keep it going for us, guys. We really, really appreciate it. And of course, on Rumble, we really appreciate you guys because we've been with you guys the whole way. They have not pulled our plug on Rumble, but they've been surveilling us. So there's that. And there's the shadow banning. But at least they don't pull the plug on us on Rumble. They let us have the discussions. It's probably smarter they do that, right? Because they want to keep track of all the stuff we're saying. So it's probably smarter they don't pull the plug on us. But we still have to fight the censorship industrial complex, the shadow banning, the suppressing devices they have in place. But we're here to call those out and fight back. So thank you guys for being here with us today so we can fight back together here on the Homeless Left. Let's, without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in our co-host for today. Welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Happy Thursday. I got a new shirt on today. I don't know if you can see the tinfoil ad over here.
Nice.
And over here, it says, I'm not saying it was the government, but it was the government. So, considering what we're about to talk about over in LA, I figured, this shirt would, fit the theme, if you get what I'm saying. So, but what's going on, man? How you doing?
Great, man. I always appreciate you fitting the theme with your the current thing happening on the shirt. It's awesome, and it does feel like we're in this space right now, and we have to just stay on track. We have to do the thing that we're doing. It seems to be working, so we're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep asking questions. We don't care about the labels. We don't care about those anymore. We don't care about being called all those names, right? The conspiracy theorists, Putinist. What are the other ones?
It's a badge. I'm literally using it as a badge today, man. Call me a conspiracy theorist. I got no problem with that. Conspiracies happen, and I got some theories about it. Simple as that. So
nice. Okay. Let's see here. We had a little StreamYard glitch for a second, so it's just gonna take me 1 second to set this up. If you want to let people know as they're still filing in on our channels, what's what's going on with you right now, and welcome everybody. Just give me, because I just need a second to set this in. So
Yeah, no worries. So, right now I'm excited to be a part of the We the People movement. And if anyone's interested, they can check it out at WTPnational.com. But long story short, it's a decentralized political party that empowers people at the local level as much as possible. And one of the biggest problems that Matt and I talk about so much is the centralization of power in the two parties that exist right now. It's actually also a problem in some of the third parties. There is a bit of centralization of power over there. And what we do is we empower every single party member to enjoy some of that executive authority that's usually reserved for the executive board. So we turn executive committee. We turn our executive committee into more of an administrative, committee over here where it's mostly there to set up meetings and to set up the larger votes. So all the backdoor deals that happen in the DNC and the RNC are simply not possible in the We the People party because of the fact that the executive decisions on the party direction and what policies will be prioritized are all decided by the party members as locally as possible. So if AIPAC wanted to come in and bribe the state leaders, like they do in every single state across the country, they would literally have to bribe every single person, in your local constituency. So it's not feasible. It can't happen. And we're trying something different. And, as much as I like some of the ideas, that the Green Party represents, and as much as I agree with the foreign policy of the Libertarians, they do also suffer from some of that power of centralization that I've spoken about before. So while I agree with the direction they're going, if the power is too centralized, it's still easy to corrupt and derail because, maybe they go about things the wrong way, or maybe there's some exclusionary ideas that those people have, say on social issues, that turn other people away. So we're all about decentralization, and we take, a lot of those values you just spoke about, Matt, about the homeless left, and we have built a political party around finding the common ground and moving forward on that first. So,
I love it. It's everything that we've been missing in the third party arena, the challenging the duopoly, challenging the uniparty, and you guys kind of check all the boxes. So we love it, and we love bringing on people affiliated with it, and we love Levi was on. We want to have him on again, but that's where you guys can go, WTPnational.com. Just check it out. It's pretty cool. It's like after all the trial and errors, I think it's nice to see that we're fixing some errors from the past to say what adjustments can we make in this third party arena, because this is the time right now. This is the time where you have two sides that have more than ever more people frustrated and done with the thing they were told to be part of. And the country's not ready for that. We're not ready for a third party. No, they purposely condition us to think that. So getting in a space where you're going to elevate everybody in that space at the same time is pretty genius. Pretty genius. Yep. You're not tied to one little room with a particular signage that has to be attributed to every. No, you're saying we're going to make space for the whole thing. That's anybody challenging that uniparty. Let's do it all together. And that's what we do on the show. That's why I like it so much. That's kind of our approach to everything. It's welcome everyone that is fed up with this shit and ready to fight back. However you need to do it, however you want to do it, and you do it in the best way you can. Whatever you want to apply, that's how you should do it, and we support that. That's what it should be about. Anyways, let's. I gotta say, we did see some breaking news, so I think we need to just get this out there. And we have a lot to go through today, guys. So bear with us this afternoon. We have a lot of stories to get to, but I think this one is important to get to right now because it kind of changes the context of how we look at Iran. So let me go ahead and play this in, and we'll tell you guys the update. Here we go. We have some breaking news coming from Iran. Iran's new supreme leader has issued conditions for ending the war. We're going to go through this right now, But I want to warn you guys, you might be seeing some other breaking news that contradicts this on other networks. We'll get to that soon. What they want you to know, because they don't want you to know this. And we have this. This is exact translation of what he did. By the way, he started a Twitter account. So let's put this up. That's official. He's now talking to his people. He's has a relationship in place right now. And we do this here too. Anytime a leader gets in charge, they start a Twitter account, immediately engage with their people. So that's happening right now. But let's go through exactly what those conditions look like. Here he is. Let me take this one off and we'll kind of read these through. So this is the key statements that he's issuing. Number one is all U.S. bases should immediately be closed in the region. Those bases will be attacked. So the closing, we've talked about this, you guys. This is probably the most important thing, that there's no way around this at all. We have to close those bases or this thing will not end. But he goes on, we will obtain compensation from the enemy. If they refuse, we will take their assets to the extent we deem appropriate. And if it's not possible, we will destroy an equivalent amount of their property. Wow, that sounds like some accountability is happening here. Okay, what else? We have foiled attempts to divide the country. Oh, yes. So our attempts, as in the Epstein pedo psychopath war machine, have tried to divide them and have failed. And this one is also extremely important. The Strait of Hormuz must remain closed, which we clearly are. Trump is clearly pretending that doesn't affect us at all. We know it does. Two more things coming out of this. Countries in the region must clarify, and we talked about this on Tuesday, Jay. They must clarify their position regarding those who have aggressed against Iran. So you have to now say, well, who are you with? You're either with us or against us. And this seems like the complete opposite of what we were told back, the coalition of the willing. If you guys remember the coalition of the willing from 2003, you're either with us or you're with the terrorists. Mm-hmm. Guess what? Looks like we're the terrorists. So are you with the good guys or are you with the bad guys? Last thing on this list is discussions are ongoing regarding the opening of other fronts in areas where the enemy has little experience and is highly vulnerable. These other new fronts may be activated if a state of war continues and if it is deemed appropriate. So, in other words, we are now not in a power position as we claim to be. You're not going to get that honest take on any of these mainstream networks. Their job is to deflect this and not actually take this seriously. If you are to see this, they're going to dismiss this. But here is what they are putting out, and this is kind of concerning because this is what we know is to be what we call fake news. This is Daily Mail put this out. This headline is that the new supreme leader is in a coma and has lost a leg. We're not kidding. And so you guys might be seeing this on your feed right now. If you have time, look into it. I guarantee you're not going to find anything because we looked into it, and this is just rumors. They talk about one source. They have a source on the ground. Who's that source? Probably a CIA Mossad agent. They won't tell you who the source is, and now everybody is sharing this. And I want you guys to understand this is not news. This is propaganda and gossip. So we're looking at this, and this from Global News Intel, rumors about Iran's new supreme leader's health. There are ongoing reports and speculation about the health of his recent appointed supreme leader of Iran following the death of his father in strikes earlier this month. However, serious claims such as him being in a coma or having lost a leg are not confirmed by reliable sources and remain largely unverified. So that's not actually the story. The story is that we have a dialogue with very clear objectives. And I would say, and I'll pass it to you, Jay, but I would say we might have been in better shape negotiating with his father because we were negotiating with his father before we decided to murder him for no reason other than I don't know. So I'll pass it to you, Jay, but this seems like a lot harder of a negotiation to get out of as we were in a much better spot before we attacked him and killed all the schoolgirls and high-fived about it.
Oh, for sure. And what people, again, I know I've said this on the show before, but I gotta come back to it because it's so relevant. They gave us everything we were asking for, in terms of the nuclear demands that we were making. They had agreed to work around to zero enrichment and to, like only do collaborative, peaceful enrichment, with a cooperative of other countries involved. So like they had given us everything we asked for, and we bombed them literally a couple hours after that to prevent the details from being ironed out and actually solidified. And the foreign minister of Oman, who's an intermediary with US military bases on his soil. So they were America's allies in the region. They came out and said, listen, we made plenty of progress, and America just blew it up. So we're now in a situation where I was reading also earlier today. Again, there's too much, to send you right before the show, so I can't send everything. But I'm now reading about rumors that these Middle East, these Gulf Arab countries are directly reconsidering the security arrangement they have with America, and they may decide to pivot towards a regional security agreement that involves both Iran, China, and possibly even Russia. So like it could literally be like Trump's decision to engage in this war could be the worst foreign policy decision of all time, like possibly because of the ramifications of how big the country is and what it's going to do to the petrodollar and our economy. Depending on how this plays out, it could literally be the worst foreign policy decision of all time. But to speak specifically to what you just mentioned about the Ayatollah, we killed the man's father. We killed his daughter because his granddaughter was in the house when the supreme leader was killed. We killed his stepmother. And I believe also his brother or sister, have been killed so far. And all of this happened after his father caved into our demands. What do we think that he's going to do? And it's not like he's some guy who just came in and seized control. No, the people, the mullahs over there, the leaders over there, voted him in because he represents how they feel. So we've seen a ton of support from the Iranian people, protests that are far bigger in support of the government than they were against the government at the beginning of this year. So the people of Iran are fully behind the strategy. And when you look at the demands, the first thing that comes to my mind is those are tall demands. And the second thing that comes to my mind is every one of those demands are completely fair. And when you break it down what he's asking for, he's saying, look, we were in negotiations with you guys. You guys have bombed our country. Like you're destroying our infrastructure, you're destroying our cities. If you want us to stop, cut the check so we can rebuild some of the stuff that you decided to bomb for no apparent reason because you have no evidence we were going to attack you. The Strait of Hormuz is going to remain closed because we're in an existential situation, and we need to make sure that if we end this, it doesn't happen again. So we need the whole world to feel a little bit of our pain. And they're saying they want all U.S. military bases out the region. And how can you blame them? The whole reason those military bases are there is to intimidate them, and for exactly this purpose. So when I see that list of demands, sure, it does look like it's a bit demanding, but you can't knock him for making a single one of those demands. And if we had a sensible leader and a sensible president that actually prioritized the needs of the people, then there would be a discussion back and forth, But the truth is, the moment he put reparations on that list of his demands, it was immediately clear to me that he has no interest in stopping the war anytime soon. And the only way the war is going to stop is if, we cave, essentially. And my guess is if we cave to every single demand other than that, then probably they would agree to it. But when you're in negotiations, you have to ask for more than what you actually want and then negotiate down from there. So, I wish, the people of Iran well. I'm not excited for what's about to happen to my energy bill, but I am excited to see, the people of the world pushing back against, the people of Iran pushing back against the establishment. So honestly, even though it's going to make life tougher, I think it's something that we all need to deal with eventually. Because, like, again, you said it perfectly, Matt. Like before I came on, they are pushing back against the Epstein class, and unfortunately, we don't seem to have the courage that we had during the Tea Party revolution that sparked this country. And that sentiment doesn't seem to exist now. We're all trapped by golden handcuffs, and nobody's willing to actually do what it takes to fix our own government. So they're doing it for us. So,
just wanted to take a moment to welcome the Dude Dissidents stream into our stream. It's called a Rumble Raid, and welcome you guys. And we're here. If it's your first time crossing over to the Homeless Left, we are in the same environment. I would say you can call it a community. We won't call it a tribe. That's what we won't call. And we know Keaton and Russ will agree with us. We're not a tribe. We're just people trying to use our critical thinking skills and do the work we got to do and do it together. We're not isolations people. We are about community, but there is a strong difference between community and tribe. Community is open. Tribe is very closed. And, you have to check boxes to get in those doors. And you're not allowed to ask questions in a tribe. You guys know that's why you're here. So welcome. Don't forget to hit the like is great. We do like that a lot. But more importantly, the subscribe button, because you guys can get notifications. So if you're on our Rumble channel right now, you can get that notification when we do go live. And we're here every Tuesday and Thursday when we basically do all afternoon. So we welcome you guys here, and thanks for the engagement. And our YouTube channel as well. This is the one, if you guys don't know from Rumble, this is the handle on YouTube. I'm still not sure if you can just type in the Homeless Left and it'll come up. I think if you have to type in the handle still.
Yeah, you can't type in the handle. At least for me, maybe because I've searched it so many times at this point, but I think it does come up. So,
So all you guys cross it over. If you're on one, make sure you follow the other. On the other, you guys know the deal. Also, I got to point this out. If you guys don't understand, if you take a second with our channels, you'll know on both platforms, you'll notice we do get those segments out to you. We do like to specify the topics and give you guys clean, clear conversations about that topic the best we can, so you can take the one that interests you the most, the one that sparks your interest to engage with your people, whatever that may entail, your social media, one-on-ones, texting it to a friend, or sending it to somebody that you had a fallout with, and you were like, wait a minute, maybe this is an opportunity to have a conversation again. Hey, what do you think about this? I was wondering your thoughts. Send the link. That's what we're here for. We want to give you guys those tools to re-engage, engage, and continue opening people's eyes to the psyop we've been involved with this whole time, especially now. The Epstein stuff, I think there's two parts of history now, pre-Epstein and post-Epstein. You can call it a lot of different things, but this is where people are like, oh shit, they were lying about everything. Not just Epstein, they're lying about 9/11. They were lying about everything. You guys know the list. So now we can continue moving into discussion, engagement, and trying to steer people away from that capture we've had our whole lives. So thank you guys so much. Jay, what's our status with NIKO House?
So I sent him the link late. I take responsibility for that. I remembered literally as the stream was starting, so he wasn't sure, if we were still on or not. So he told me he's just finishing something up with his family, then he's going to pop on. So my recommendation actually would be that we play his video, or I don't know however you want to do it.
I have another idea, because he doesn't need to rush. We're going to get to his video. Yeah. I think we need to get to the LA story. We just need to do it. This is the big deal, because this is an ongoing psyop. It doesn't just end, guys, with Epstein. They're not going to stop because we figured out their plan. We figured out what they were doing behind the scenes. They're not stopping. They're doubling down. So now more than ever, we have to be ready when these things happen. Here in LA, we got some really bad news over the last 24 hours. And if you're not paying attention, you might be afraid of this report from ABC News. We're going to show it to you, and we're going to show you why they're lying to us. Not accidentally getting it wrong. They're lying. Let's break it down. Here it is.
Warning of possible Iranian drone attacks on our homeland. A new alert reviewed by ABC News revealing Iran's aspirations to conduct a surprise attack specifically against unspecified targets in California. The FBI saying it's warned police departments across the Golden State now of strikes by unmanned aerial vehicles or drones as tensions rise in the Middle East. Let's get straight to our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Kontersky. Aaron, what are you learning?
We've reviewed an alert that came within the last couple of weeks, Kira, just recently from the FBI to law enforcement agencies up and down the California coastline, warning that Iran is aspiring now to perhaps launch some kind of a retaliatory attack on the U.S. mainland using drones on the West Coast. The alert that we reviewed said an uncorroborated report suggested that unidentified Mexican cartel leaders had authorized attacks using drones carrying explosives, so they know that capability exists. And the separate alert that we've reviewed, Kira, says that Iran has those same kinds of aspirations. So the U.S. has broadly known for some time that drones could be deployed against the homeland. We know that Iran has been using drones significantly in this 12-day-old war with the United States. That's what killed the first 6 U.S. service members in this war. But now the FBI is specifically warning police agencies in California along the Pacific coastline that Iran is aspiring to use them to attack in the West.
So an obvious follow-up question, if this was real news, would be, why are we just reporting this now if we had this information before? Oh, because we're not doing journalism, we're taking pecking orders from above. And that's what's happening here. And you can see it over under in his face. You can see him getting a little nervous because he's a servant. That's what these people are. They're servants. Watch the next question, and he's going to stutter about how he can't really answer it.
So why California? Why the West?
Good question. And that's not exactly clear, but perhaps.
It's not clear because I haven't gotten the exact the instructions correctly there. I'm still trying to understand.
Haven't gotten that email yet, man.
I'm waiting on that one. So I have to kind of speculate, but it actually doesn't make any sense at all, really. So I don't know if I got all the pieces of my script and my character background, and I didn't get the right, direction. And we're already on set, and I got to be ready to perform, and I don't have all the information.
Real quick on that, right? The left is against our current president. The left has traditionally been against, a lot of these wars. And for them to strike the West Coast, which is far more left than, say, the interior of the country, literally makes zero strategic sense. Because all you would do is piss off the people who were already on your side. And, we'll get to like the other comments and the other, details that we need to consider in this shortly, but just that one particular point, it makes zero strategic sense to hit like the West Coast. And really quick, what people don't realize is when Iran hits military infrastructure, they will do that by surprise. But after we just finished bombing their civilian bank, where there is no military infrastructure, in response, Iran said, hey, you guys just killed a whole bunch of our civilians who were just trying to help people manage their money in a local bank. In response, we are now going to target all American banks in the region and some other big American companies, and we're giving you 1 hour to evacuate the premises on each of these locations. And then they gave the locations, they named the companies that we're going to be targeting, and they said, you should be at least 1 kilometer away from all of these locations within the next hour. So they announced when they were going to hit any target that wasn't a military target, just to make sure that there were no civilian deaths. So keep that in mind as something does happen. Just keep that in mind.
Keep it in mind as we're piecing this together, doing the job that they're paid to do. By the way, they get paid very well to not do journalism. So we have to do the job for them and look at things and actually ask the right questions. Let's see if there's anything more on this one.
Perhaps there's thought that Iran has these things pre-positioned on ships that are still in international waters or that could float through international waters. We know that we've previously reported, Kira, on Iran's desire to perhaps activate sleeper cells in the United States, although that's certainly far from confirmed or far from anything operational as far as law enforcement knows. It's not clear why the West Coast as opposed to the East Coast, but that's what the alert from the FBI says.
All right, Aaron Katersky, we'll stay on top of it. Thank you so much.
And scene. All right. Okay. Let's see who else is playing along with this. Also stuttering through his script. None other than our favorite governor, Gavin Newsom. Take it away, Gavin. You're up. You're the next one up. Your scene. Here we go. Lights, camera, and action.
Relates to the broader concern as it relates to drone strikes. We've been aware of that information. We've been working collaboratively through the SOC, which we established right after the war began, the State Operations Center, working with the Office of Emergency Service, but also working locally to make sure we transmit any information that we have received, and we're aware of that, which has been reported, I think, by ABC7. We're aware of that information, and we transfer that information in real time to our local partners. Drone issues have been always top of mind, and we've assembled some work groups specifically around those concerns. But that's all I'll share at the moment. I have nothing more.
I have nothing more that I'm allowed to tell you, but based on what my handlers have given me, the Mossad agents and the CIA and the FBI particularly giving me instructions. So that's all I'm allowed to say right now. So stand by until further instructions, everyone. Let's see.
Insightful beyond just what's been reported and how we're transmitting what we know to our local partners, which is critical.
So again, this is meant to get people afraid. And I'm not saying to dismiss this at all. I think, Nico, we're going to look at what we should really actually be concerned about. Not Iran. We should be concerned about the ally that is our greatest ally on the planet, the one that has a history of very effective false flag operations, some more effective than others, but has that history of sleeper cell. So that's what we should be actually concerned about. We did see the billionaire thing. So this is after the report. That Iran now that FBI is okaying that it's okay to say this, that Iran could attack California. What are we seeing? Well, we're seeing that all these billionaires have moved out of California. That's something to look at. Is it related? Is it not? Again, we're not they might be given other instructions as far as what we're indicating here, that there might be an actual sleeper cell thing going on that isn't the thing they're telling us. But I think that's something at least worth noting. They're not actually here. Does that just throwing it out there? But I think the more important story is why we should know immediately when ABC reports this, why we know that it's BS. I'm just going to play. James Lee breaks this down really, really nicely here. So let's just hear this, so you guys know. I want you guys to be a little more equipped to spot this on your own, because it's not that hard once you get used to it. Here's James.
Warning of possible Iranian drone attacks on our homeland. A new alert reviewed by ABC News revealing Iran's aspirations to conduct a surprise attack specifically against unspecified targets in California.
This has got to be one of the dumbest psyops of all time.
We've reviewed an alert that came within the last couple of weeks, Kira, just recently.
Hang on a quick second here. You guys heard that, right? He said that this bulletin supposedly came from within the last week or two. But then in this graphic right here, it says September 2025 bulletin. That was 6 months ago. And now they're making it sound like it's some new thing that just came up. Now they're just bringing it up like it's breaking news. That's a little weird and a little sus. This narrative that Iran could somehow strike California is actually a complete media fabrication, and we have the proof. Quote, a source with knowledge of the memo, but not authorized to discuss it publicly, said that the warning was issued based on intelligence received by the United States Coast Guard. Law enforcement sources experienced in intelligence said such alerts are cautionary in nature. The source is experienced in counterterrorism and said that, quote, it's not been deemed credible at this time. The sources also stressed that the warning was cautionary and that there was no indication that Iran was planning an attack or if it even could successfully launch one. So what this is nothing more than, oh yeah, we had this feeling that Iran would like to attack us, even though they don't have the weapons to even pull off this attack. But they want to, though. And what this does is it gives fodder to traitors like Lindsey Graham to call for boots on the ground in Iran.
Needs to end. I go back to South Carolina. I'm asking them to send their sons and daughters over to the Mideast.
I'm going back to South Carolina and I'm asking to send our sons and daughters over there to the Middle East, says a closeted gay dude with no children, allegedly.
Allegedly. I love it. So there's that, guys. So you guys can do that work too. You don't have to wait for us to tell you. It's right there. It's actually not a great plan this time. They didn't really think this one through very well. Jay, I want to get to the reverse engineering part of this, because this is really important. Because we do need to keep an eye on this part. This was just in that the U.S. has reversed engineered Iran's Shahed drone to make the Lucas a $35,000 clone. What is this? A clone of an Iran drone that we're making? Greg Stoker says, note to future self, Iran didn't say they're going to attack California. The FBI did. Uh-oh. Why are we making a clone of this? Well, Jay, here's your tweet about this. Now's a good time for people to look up the history of Operation Northwoods and to understand that Iran has taken full accountability for every target it's hit so far. Great point. Let's remember that. They always say that was us, and then when it's not, we know who actually did it, and we see this the entire time. So while pointing out that Israeli false flags that have already been carried out in an attempt to widen the war. So great point on that. And then you kind of supply this Operation Northwoods. It's 1962. Do you want to kind of briefly explain this to people that don't know about this Operation Northwoods?
Yeah, for sure. And, if you want, you can bring in Nico. I'm sure he'll have, a few things to say about this story too before we get to his. But just to give everyone a brief history lesson on like what happened there. It was a plan that was proposed to JFK that he rejected. And, it directly suggested that we stage terrorism in U.S. cities, including Miami, which included bombing of civilian targets, hijackings, and plastic explosives in chosen spots. It suggested that we sink a boatload of Cuban refugees coming to Florida, real or simulated, fostering the staging of attacks and assassinations on Cuban exiles in the U.S. They suggested that we blow up or sabotage, a U.S. ship, in Guantanamo Bay. So they wanted to blow up our own military members. They suggested faking the shoot down of a civilian airliner. So they were already talking about, blowing up planes, even back in the 60s. And it even contemplated using the potential death of an astronaut, John Glenn, of his orbital flight failing by fabricating proof that Cuba and the Soviets sabotaged it. So they were willing to kill national heroes, our military, U.S. civilians, Cuban refugees, like they were willing to kill everybody to manufacture consent for this war. So while I believe, it could be Israel, we also, want the people who run our country also run Israel, and they want to destabilize the region too. So it could be Israel or it could be both of our bosses. Yeah. On that note, I don't know if you want to bring in Nico. I'm sure he'll have a few comments to say on that story.
Let's go ahead and bring in our guest correspondent today, because we got a lot to get into it with Nico. NIKO House, welcome back to the Homeless Left.
Just go ahead and say.
Oh wait, I put up the wrong thing. Oh my gosh, let's do that again. Please welcome back to the show, NIKO House.
What's going on, guys?
We're just chugging along like I guess we all have to kind of get through each story at a time, and we're just trying to keep our heads on straight. I did have your video queued up. We're gonna get to that in a second, but just wanted you to chime in on this story that's kind of breaking here in LA where we are, and I see a lot of people freaking out about this and not being able to kind of look at what's really happening because the news ain't doing the job that we got to do it apparently.
I feel like everybody should be absolutely insulted by the lack of effort being put into this psyop. That's what I feel like. I mean, there's actually like a whole strategic angle to this that if you pay attention to just that part, the only way this false flag could play out the way that they're claiming it would play out is if literally. So if y'all pull out your phones, open up maps, right? Type in American Samoa. Okay, you're going to see that it's right there within the path if Iran wanted to come to the West Coast. Okay, then type in Hawaii, where, you know, the Pacific Fleet is, bunch of submarines, bunch of boats, constant patrol on the water. Basically, in order for this false flag to play out the way that they're claiming it's going to play out, and considering the fact that they said that they have had this information now for, you know, at least in February, but some are saying since September. Okay, you're telling me you knew a war was coming out. You knew you were planning on starting a war with Iran. You knew they had intelligence that y'all were probably going to start the war too. And you somehow let a vessel from Iran pass 2 bases in international water. And at least one of those bases you have constantly under surveillance. And not only that, but then that means that Iran's vessel is over there somewhere just hovering around the Western seaboard. Okay, where literally you cannot cross the border. You cannot enter the Western seaboard without hitting a state that has a military base. And no one managed to intercept it. No one, but even Trump said during his speech, at first he blamed Biden for letting them in. He blamed Biden's open border policies for the sleeper cells that the FBI is warning about. But then they say it's a vessel. It's a vessel. And then we get the news today, obviously, I'm sure you already talked about it, that 4 drones just went missing. And the Army is so concerned about these drones that they put out a $5,000 reward. Bruh.
When you think about the
I
billions,
know someone who was court-martialed and kicked out the military because he took 3 magazines that were empty because he didn't think anybody would care. Wow. They were on his ass over 3 magazines, kicked him out, dishonorable discharge, which he later got changed to other than honorable. But yeah, over 3 magazines. Now, 4 drones go missing, and they're like, man, I'll figure this out, man. Here's 5,000. What? Come on, bro.
That is hilarious,
no way,
man. And when you think about the literally trillions of dollars we spent on the military, the billions we spend every year, the most y'all can come up with for an award is $5 grand. They don't want any information on that. They don't care about that. But, you know, the truth is, even if they were given some information on it, they'll be more concerned about the person supplying that information than the actual information itself, because they wouldn't want that to get out. So
that's true. And
hilarious.
they have to put out a reward to pretend as if they actually care and that they're paying attention, because that's someone on the base trying to cover their ass. Exactly. Because if 4 drones do disappear, there's a first sergeant, a commander, or really a lieutenant colonel too, and a brigade commander that's gonna catch some goddamn heat. And so everybody's got to cover their ass from the top down. So the government's gonna make sure that they're not asked questions, and this is their way of doing so by offering this fugazi reward of 5,000 big ones that wouldn't even pay a lieutenant colonel commander's check, by the way, or lieutenant commander's check, excuse me. Like this is ridiculous, honestly. Once again, I feel like everyone should just be insulted by the lack of effort. Because, bro, y'all have to understand what Hawaii is in the grand scheme. Hawaii exists in its current military strategic form to stop this very thing from happening.
Exactly. Yeah. If they wanted to be stopped. If they wanted to be stopped.
Mm-hmm. That's why. Like, ever since the Pearl Harbor situation, which, you know, is debatable if we let it happen, but ever since then, bro, Pearl Harbor, the Pacific Fleet has been on steroids. The naval intelligence games are literally held in Hawaii, guys. Like, there is no getting past there without them knowing it. So if they do know, which I guess they are saying that they know that it'll be Iran attacking, right? They say it'll be a vessel, which means they have some inclination because of their intelligence, allegedly, that there was something that passed and they're not doing anything about it. Then we haven't heard any patrols being sent out to try to find the boat. We haven't heard anything. We just heard the police departments were warned about it. What the fuck is the police department going to do about a goddamn drone, guys?
I mean, this is so obvious. And at this point, because you have so many people figuring out all the other ones, that they did a lot more planning that that they actually pulled it off. I'm seeing some comments about 9/11 comparisons. And we always say it's the next 9/11. It's a 9/11 times 1,000. I'd say this is 9/11 divided by 1,000. That's what it looks like to me. It's just like a little. It's just a little sliver of what they did pull off. And if we can see that now, and I get it, some people, it takes years, right? It takes years to figure things out. The fact that we have these skills now, we can see it in real time. As James Lee said earlier in his take, and what you're saying, Nico, we all agree. This is like this. They didn't even do a good job this time. And also make no mistake, guys, I see also in the comments, people discussing the difference between Mossad versus CIA versus FBI. Let me just tell you guys, it's all the same. They're all together. It doesn't matter what you call it. There's different factions within
really
there.
Quick.
But
really quick. I think there's a difference between the Mossad and the CIA.
That's what people, I see it in the chat. They're trying to have like a, hey, don't say it's this, it's that. It's like, it's all, guys, they all work. It's the same. Yeah.
They were founded at pretty much exactly the same time. They're tied.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think there's a delay. Can you guys hear me or no?
I think that might be Nico's little delay there. Are you seeing us okay, Nico?
I can see you guys. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Real quick. They were founded at the same time. They were founded by the same organized crime networks, for those who don't know, similar secret societies. So they're all woven together. It's just the Mossad is our Middle Eastern branch of the CIA, or we're the Western branch of the Mossad, depending on how you want to think about it. But same thing.
Yeah. Well, no, you can't even call us a branch. I would say that the CIA is damn near a subsidiary of the Mossad at this point, because in the way that the Mossad operates, I mean, for example, did we have somebody from the CIA working in Israel in the Mossad who never had to report whatever operations they were conducting on behalf of the CIA? No. Had the Mossad had somebody implanted and embedded in the CIA that never had to report the black ops it was doing for Mossad? Yes. There you go. Now we know who's in charge.
Now we know.
It's simple math, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, simple math. Now I'm still trying to understand the function of this FBI, because that you've had this Kash Patel character coming out. He always shows up. I haven't seen him show up to this one yet, so I'm waiting to see him do his stupid. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Like, you haven't seen the little deer in headlight look from him on this yet? Yeah, there it is. That's the Kash. But like when you look at we look at Charlie Kirk, we look at these other incidents where he comes out and says the American people want speediness, and we gave them speediness. In other words, everything that was told to me, I did. I'm wondering where they fit in with this, or is the FBI just something? And I'm just speculating. It feels to me like they're the least involved. They're like just the guy. They put the guy out, or they're the last ones to get the order. So when we talk about the FBI's planning this, aren't they just getting the direction from the more, or are they all? It's all the same. It doesn't really matter what three-letter word we use.
Well, here's the thing. They're busy right now. I don't know if you guys saw it, but now Kash Patel is bragging that the FBI are training with UFC fighters. Did you see that headline earlier today? That's how they're preparing for these terror attacks.
Oh man,
they're having our FBI train with the UFC, and it's totally not a marketing thing and a branding thing to make you think, oh, they're with the guys that we love, the athletes that we love. It's totally not that. This is something really functional that's going to be useful in the field, to have them training with the UFC.
Wow. Man, that's absolutely nuts, especially because the FBI probably, as far as combative is concerned, is actually probably the least equipped to train anybody. They're glorified police officers, effectively. They're not really, it's not their wheelhouse. Investigative work is really their wheelhouse. Fun fact, though, I know when you said that you're like, where's the FBI at on this? You want to know what they were doing. I thought that you were actually going to make a reference to the fact that the CIA should have never existed, because the original job and out of nowhere, they were like, yeah, we're going to make a CIA too. It's like, what's their job exactly?
Yeah.
It's just we can't tell you what their job is, basically. It's the same thing, but the shit that they're doing, we can't talk about. That sounds like a terrorist organization. Yeah, it's basically what it is, actually, when you get right down to it. And the FBI, I don't know if it was still called the FBI, and somebody can quote me, can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but the FBI did come first. But if I'm not mistaken, the Mossad and the CIA were damn near created around the same time, which is even more interesting, because the CIA did get they got basically a rebrand And so it's interesting to know when you like go back and look at history, like how the Mossad and the CIA were moving in lockstep even before people were really locked in to what the Mossad was doing at the time. And everything we had thought the CIA was responsible for, like just completely and totally the United States and the CIA acting on their own behalf. If you go back and look at how the Mossad was moving too, it's like, damn, has the CIA actually ever been working for the U.S.? And it's a legitimate question.
You know, if I could touch on the history there real quick, the FBI, like if you look at who was blackmailing J. Edgar Hoover, that was the Jewish mob and the Italian mafia, right? Like both of them were blackmailing the head of the FBI for a long time. And if you look at what we now know actually happened during World War II, you know, we were working directly with them using that relationship to try to get information on the Nazis through the Italian connections over there, not the Nazis, but Mussolini and, you know, what they were doing in Italy. So there was a long established relationship there in the organized crime network. So you could argue simply that it was organized, the merger of organized crime and corporate interests, when you look at Alan Dulles' background, that actually founded the CIA. And again, I don't want to dive too deep into the rabbit hole because that's not the topic of this conversation, but looking at Alan Dulles' connection to Switzerland, which I would say is the home of a lot of secret societies, I think that's the next level. That's the next level that a lot of people haven't actually spoken about, because Alan Dulles spent a lot of time in Switzerland before he wound up, you know, running our CIA. But that's a story for another day.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence that Switzerland is basically, you know, lawless, but when it comes to finances, and for some reason it just specifically benefits all the Western powers and specifically the USA, for sure. So yeah, nah, it's nuts. Honestly, as Jay probably knows well, it's every time you go into these rabbit holes, you almost have to take a deep breath, to confirm everything that you were worried about. Like, oh man, like the worst conspiracy, it can't be worse than this. Oh shit, it is actually worse than what I thought it was. It's worse than what I thought it couldn't be. That's how bad it is every single time, bro.
Yeah, 100%. And I was going to save this clip for because we're going to get to your story here in a second, Nico. But I think this might be more important now for people that are still, if you're in LA and you're listening and you're your mind's blown right now, as far as what you're being told on mainstream and then what we're telling you guys. This is Jonathan Greenblatt bragging about his relationship with the FBI when they foiled a plot right here in LA at New Year's. He's going to tell you how that works. And this is going to come into play on our next story as well, because the bragging is about the surveillance. The bragging is about creating this by targeting people and turning them into the enemy overnight. And that's what they do with the ADL, and the ADL working with the FBI, which is, I think, why the FBI is completely captured in this regard domestically, because they have to work at the behest of the ADL. Jonathan Greenblatt is going to tell you this because he's bragging about it.
We measure and track. Number two, we monitor and disrupt. We have a whole apparatus. I have 40 analysts working full time, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, monitoring extremists. We monitor them online, social media, messaging apps, video games, cryptocurrency, podcasts, short form video, Wikipedia, LLMs. We monitor these people and we share the intelligence with the FBI.
That short form video comment.
Yeah. Yeah. This is why I was like, I'm trying to connect the dots because we got to get to you. I don't mean to bury the lead. Well, the lead is coming. It's what's actually happening. This is not in theory. He's telling us that he's coming after us. That's what he's doing. And he's bragging about it. So let's get to his example. And then I want to hear exactly what's happening here and why you're with us today, Nico, because people have to know this isn't just a theory. This isn't just them overhyping it and bragging about it. It's actually happening. But this is the example happened right here in LA. Just so those you guys that know and are still confused about what's happening right now in LA, he's going to tell you what he did in New Year's and why he's so proud about it.
Last month, you heard about the thing that happened at Wilshire Boulevard Temple. Our analysts investigated what happened. They said they were Koreatown for Palestine, this group of people. They weren't. We were able to ascertain they were from a group called the Turtle Island Liberation Front.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no. Here we go. Here we go.
Turtle Island is how like left-wing activists refer to the United States. They don't call it America. They call it Turtle Island, like the Iranians call it, Iranians call it the Zionist entity, right? They only call it by its name. The Turtle Island Liberation Front, we gave them a whole dossier. What is Turtle Island Liberation Front? What are their ideas, their goals? Who are they?
So he's saying we came
So
up
were
with
they
an
Korean
entire
or were they not
profile.
Korean?
He's saying we came up with what we wanted it to be. So we're
yeah. I'm like, hold on. So like, were they not Korean? Like, is he like? Because he's like, no, they weren't.
Yeah. So he's like, we created a fake profile of this terrorist group, and then it gave us the excuse to do what we did next. Here it is.
We identified the people who were in the synagogue. This was on Wednesday, December the 10th. On Monday, December the 15th, this is going to ring a bell. Kash Patel announced they cracked a terror ring where they arrested 4 people who were planning New Year's Eve bombings. Turtle Island Liberation Front.
No, you were planning the bombings. That's how you infiltrated the group, and you made it look like they were a peaceful protest group right here at Koreatown. It's right next door where we are, right here. These are very peaceful people, and we go to these protests all the time. They're awesome. And so that's what he's saying. This working with Kash Patel, who is all about speediness. He took his instruction. Let's finish this up, and I want your thought on this, guys.
At least one of the people I know for certain was in the building at Wilshire Boulevard Temple, vandalizing it and disrupting the event. So we're monitoring left-wing radicals like the DSA and the anti-war crazies and the pro-Palestine crazies. We're monitoring right-wing extremists like white supremacists, armed militia groups. We're monitoring political Islamists and Christian nationalists, all of them. And then we train. We're the largest trainer of law enforcement in America.
Process that, guys. We are the largest trainer of law enforcement. What? I thought so. What kind of training? Oh, it's mental. It's brainwashing training. We have to sit down with the police and educate them on what anti-Semitism is. We train them. We capture their minds. It helps them with, and they get their IDF training too. But the ADL training is mental. It's a mental grasp of their brains, and he knows that's more important than physical training because you get them to believe this garbage. It helps them do the physical shit that they're trained to do, policing streets that they don't live in. You guys know, policing streets you don't live in. Everyone's the enemy. Shoot first, ask questions never. We know the drill. So he's bragging about this right now. I think this is the end of the clip. I'll make sure. Yeah.
We train 20,000 officers every year.
We mentally capture 20,000 officers every year. And this is one of the examples of him foiling a plot that they created. And then Kash Patel went out like a little, whatever he is, little pet on a leash saying, oh yeah, we did it. Speediness. So there you go.
Did he say that he saw one of the terrorists was vandalizing the place that they were going to allegedly bomb like day before?
He had a marker. It was a felt marker. It's not a NIKO. It's not a
They
race.
put an X. So they put an X on the building that they were about to hit. That's all. They
like
target on there.
So that's like the quickest way to get caught if you were going to in fact bomb a building, right? Like, hey man, like I'm just like this, bro. I see. Everybody knows. First of all, the term military intelligence, the phrase military intelligence, that's an oxymoron in case you guys didn't know. And I'm telling you as somebody who worked in 525 Battlefield Surveillance Brigade, it used to be the Battlefield Surveillance Brigade. So yeah, and I had families working in military intelligence before. It doesn't exist. If you are actually intelligent, then you are treated like a pariah in the military, by the way. So the only intelligence the United States can reasonably act upon, and they do it with some type of expeditiousness, and it seems like, wow, it's a victory. It's intelligence that they literally planted and created themselves. That is the only time. We knew where Osama was in Pakistan, allegedly, because, well, we work with Pakistan and we worked with Osama, we trained him, and we created Al-Qaeda. We knew where he was the entire time. If that person that y'all think is Osama is even really him, which I seriously doubt. That's a whole different conversation. We knew that he came from the Saudi royal family. We never even pressed the Saudis. We never asked a single question. We ended up in every country except for Saudi Arabia for whatever reason.
Yep.
The only way we get information is because we were the ones who planted the information to begin with.
Do you guys remember that plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan that happened, I want to say like 3-4 years ago, something like
During the
that?
pandemic.
And
During the pandemic.
during the pandemic. It was like a quote unquote plot to kidnap the governor of Michigan. And it was a plot involving about 15 people. And then during the investigation, it came out that like 11 or 12 of them were FBI informants. So they were already working for the FBI. And then that's why they killed the whole investigation and they didn't blow it up anymore. They just now mention it in passing if they ever talk about it, because literally 90% of the people in this quote unquote plot were already exposed as being FBI agents. So go look it up. I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was like 80 to 90% of the people in this alleged plot.
Important context for that too. The governor of Michigan, what was her name? What was her name? The governor of Michigan, excuse me, the governor of Michigan at the time there was two things happening at that point. One, she was one of the governors involved in the scandal of putting COVID patients in the nursing homes. So there was that. But that happened while she was simultaneously one of the top 5 candidates to run in the Democratic primary. And so that whole kidnapping plot was a way to boost her stardom and it deflect from the fact that she was one of the ones that was it was her, Andrew Cuomo, and a couple of others that were involved in that nursing home scandal with COVID. So yeah, it would make sense that the FBI was involved. I mean, hell, Tario on January 6th, Tario shows up with multiple magazines, 2 days before the January 6th situation happens, gets arrested, and his lawyer goes to court and was like, hey man, I gotta let him go. And they're like, why? Man, y'all know that nigga working for us? Shit, man, what y'all doing, bro? He literally argued that in court. He said he's an informant. He's always been an informant. You know what his job was prior to all this? He worked in security, like surveillance and security.
Of course.
Like that was his job. Like, bro, it was like the most stereotypical.
and you even hear the stories of people getting kicked out of mosques for like coming with these crazy ideas and trying to convert them into terrorists, and then they find out they're FBI agents. So it happens again and again and again.
Yeah. Well, let's get into NIKO, your story, because this is real. We're talking about the surveillance state. We're talking about this kind of pattern of behavior where we see that certain targets are being monitored more than others. And there's a particular area of the world. I don't know what it seems like. There's a pattern coming right from the same place where people like to be Googled or just randomly Google a particular person over and over in the same very short period of time. And we see this right before either a false flag operation or a MK Ultra thing. We've seen this time and time again. We can track it on Google, but it seems that this is hit very personal to you, NIKO. This is what we're seeing, and this is based on our Twitter accounts, because we're all on Twitter, right? We have to be on Twitter to get access to information. So this is how it works. If you guys don't know watching, a wide range of anonymous X Twitter users have reported that their real names are suddenly being Googled. And how is that happening? If people are anonymous, they're being Googled in Israel shortly after they begin criticizing the country for its actions in Palestine. Some connected the phenomenon to this software that actually requires their users, even anonymous ones, to use in order to verify their real identities. So this is an actual company that is, basically the foundation of Twitter is an Israeli company. It's founded and staffed by a former Israeli spy. Shocking. Wow. I mean, we're not surprised, but if you guys don't know, if you have a Twitter account.
Hold on. I do got to clarify that. It's not just an former, the entire company is staffed by former members of Unit 8200. All of them are Israeli intelligence. Yeah, all of them.
8200, it's a military intelligence group for Israel. Mid-Press News investigates this certain phenomenon. So with that, I'm going to go to your tweet because we found this out, that NIKO himself, you've been Googled, your full name over 100 times in the last 24 hours. This was last week. And you want to make sure everybody make sure that you're not suicidal. NIKO loves his life. You love your family loves you. If it looks like you died under mysterious circumstances, it's because the circumstances are mysterious and you want to be investigated, which we absolutely will do. I want to play the video because this is it. When people saw this, they're like, wait a minute, this is real. This isn't just some big conspiracy idea. This is actually happening.
I am not suicidal.
I've gone to therapy. I love my life. I love my family. My family loves me. Nobody in my family would do anything to harm me. Why am I saying this? Because days after several of my videos have gone viral speaking about this war in Iran and Israel's part in it, I was Googled over 100 times in Israel. And I'm not sure if you are aware of this trend, but generally people who are suddenly Googled in Israel tend to end up dead within days, or they're implicated in some grand scandal or what could be considered a false flag attempt. To be clear, I have zero friends in Israel. I don't talk to Israelis. There is zero reason for Israel and Israelis to feel the need to Google me 100 times. Like, that is also a number extremely specific, because it's not like a video I did went viral there and then all of a sudden other people started Googling me. That wasn't the case. It was like, nope, we're going to specifically Google him 100 times. So once again, not suicidal. And if my death looks mysterious, it's because it is. I don't want to hear none of that Charlie Kirk shit whenever they gaslight Candace Owens. Just let him rest in peace. No, do not let me rest in peace. If y'all don't go find who the hell killed me, I'm coming after you. I'm haunting you. Because I ain't going to rest in peace until y'all find the motherfucker that killed me. Letting y'all know right now. And I mean that. Haunting everybody.
Well said.
We got you, Nico.
Dude, great for you. Good for you for putting this out there. Can we just ask you, I think our audience is wondering, what have you learned since you discovered this and put this video out? I know you got a lot of engagement on the video, but what do we know? Like, what actually happened?
So what was interesting was, prior to myself getting searched, it was the anonymous counts, but it was like 10, 12 times that they were getting searched. And then I started asking some of my friends who have a bigger following. They hadn't been searched yet, and then within a couple of days, they even got searched, as maybe a tweet went viral or a video went viral. And so what it seems to be is that there is some AI that is running our account, that's running through Twitter accounts, maybe even Instagram, or probably Instagram too, and searching. But what was interesting at that point was, other than me, there might have been only one other popular person who had been searched. Primarily, it was anonymous accounts, and they were having their full government name searched. And then when I was searched, it was under specifically NIKO House media personality. So it was like, that's why I was kind of freaked out about it. 'Cause I was like, well, I saw the Mint Press thing. I was like, well, I mean, but those were anonymous accounts. Why the hell are they looking for me? And it's like, yeah, they could find the anonymous people, but they can definitely really find me because I'm not hiding. Yeah. So it's a little bit nerve wracking, because you don't ever really want to be searching Israel for any reason. Like, maybe if a video that I did about Israel went viral and like I could see in my my analytics that it was like being viewed in Israel, maybe I wouldn't feel as uneasy about it, because that would make sense at that point. But that's not what happened. I went through my analytics. My videos weren't being watched in Israel at all, basically, not in any quantitative way. So it's like, what made them search my name? So that was it's interesting. Oh, also the whole reason I found that out, by the way, was because I had 3 social media accounts that there was an attempt to hack them within like a 24-hour period.
Wow.
Out of nowhere. Like, it never happens.
Wow.
And it was bizarre that they thought that they could do it, because like they just entered my email, because my email is public. And plus, to try to get into a Twitter account, all you have to do is enter in their handle, and it'll send an email automatically to the account, right? And so Facebook, X, whatever, I look at the email I look at the email address that the email is arriving from before I click on anything, because those X account emails look very real now, where they make you think you had your account hacked already, and they make you enter in your email, and then you just gave them all your information. Yeah. And so I kind of peeped game the first time. I'm like, there's no way that somebody tried to do this shit 3 times on 3 of my most popular social media accounts, but didn't try it on my secondary accounts, on my backup accounts. That was strange. So it was like, I was being targeted at that point.
So how can we, we got to find, everybody is asking how can we find out about this ourselves? How can you detect this? And by the way, how did you get word that this was happening in the first place? What was your first sign of this? And then what can other people do about this?
I'll put out a tweet to other content creators to be careful that there's clearly a pattern showing where they're targeting people and trying to get access to their accounts. And also, my friend Kyle, he actually had his account hacked not even 3 weeks ago. Oh, no, more than a month ago, actually. It took him a month and a half to get his account back. It was right after he started growing and he had a few videos going viral, or a few tweets going viral criticizing Iran. So I'm assuming that he could probably fell victim to the same scam. So when I put out that tweet, somebody said, oh, it probably has something to do with this. They showed me that Mint Press piece. And I was like, that dropped the same day, by the way. So all this happened within a 24-hour period. Yeah, that Mint Press piece dropped the exact same day that I put out that tweet. And then I found out 2 days prior that my name was searched at least 100 times. So that was a trigger. I was like, that's insane, because Mint Press hasn't mentioned nothing about content creators or influencers or anybody with big accounts getting searched. It's just been anonymous people thus far. So why the hell am I getting searched? And so it's now since then there have been more popular names being searched, and people are starting to get a little bit uneasy because they're like, it's only one or two things. We're being directly targeted, which is likely as well, but there's an AI just using all of our information, running it in the background every time we mention Iran, Israel, Palestine, etc., which might potentially be even worse.
Yeah.
And the way, in my opinion, I'd love to get your thoughts on this too, Nico. But the way, in my opinion, we combat this is we get more people to actually speak up, because at the end of the day, there's a limited number of them trying to target us, and there's a lot more of us who actually want truth and justice. So if there's too many people speaking out, they can't target everybody. So, I definitely want to commend you, like for speaking out about this instantly, not letting it shake you. But, what else do you think we can do, to support you, and to continue pushing back against this?
I would tell everybody, you can just go to Google Trends and see if they've go and make sure that you're in the Israel region when you search your name. And I would tell everybody who who sees their name being searched, doesn't matter how many times, like, mention it, put it out there, because it, like, for me, it's when I put out that video, I was fully aware I have a larger audience, and therefore, if something suspicious happens to me, it will be investigated. There will be people discussing it. It won't just fall to the wayside because of who I am. But if like somebody like yourself is Googled in Israel and the FBI shows up in the middle of the goddamn night and pulls up on you, and your account for everybody else except for them is anonymous, it appears to be anonymous, we can't do anything about it. We can't help you.
Yeah.
If we don't know, we're screwed. And so we have to make sure that they are aware that we're paying attention, not just like a couple of big influencers, not just a couple of anonymous people, that we're all paying attention, that we're all seeing what's happening, and that if somebody is accosted by our intelligence community because of something that happened with this software, that we're all going to pay attention to it, and we are fully aware of what's happening, and we're going to do our best to impede them. So that's what I would suggest. If I don't care how small your account is, how big it is, if you think it's anonymous, even if it's not anonymous, you don't want to be in a situation where you see that you're being Googled in Israel, you're criticizing Iran, you're just doing what you do, speaking out, using what platform you have to bring attention to this very important issue. But they could pop up in the middle of the night and we would never know. That's what we don't want happening. If they pop up and get me, everybody's gonna know. If they pop up and get y'all, it's possible that no one ever figures it out.
And I like in your video what you're saying is not just, I mean, we know that the interest, we're not suicidal. That's the starting point. But there's a lot of other stuff you're covering. We need people to check every box here. So you're not suicidal. You're a good swimmer. You know how, like,
I'm an excellent swimmer, actually. Yeah,
excellent
I'm
swimmer.
Yeah.
So she'll go through all of them. But the last one, I thought that was a really nice touch at the end, because we are living right now through this Charlie Kirk craziness where there's like half of the people that are in the TPUSA psychopath side are telling us to respect Erica and leave this alone. You're saying no, keep don't stop investigating. I'm telling you now, before they kill me, don't take no for an answer. And that's important.
But you know how much I joke with my wife all the time? I said, girl, let me find out you out here doing WWE entrances at my goddamn funeral. When I said, we gonna have a problem. I'm coming back for you. She laughed all but every time I see a video, a picture of Erica, I'm like, hey, don't forget. I'm watching. I'm watching. She's like, yeah, but I would never. I said, okay, I'm sure Erica said the same thing.
Oh man. Oh man. This Jay pulled this video. I think this is also important as far as this because if you guys don't know, there's actually an anti-Semitism czar that's been assigned by Trump. He's got a czar.
Yeah, I did know that.
Okay, so this is
shit. I don't mean to interrupt, but I have to bring this up because I feel like it's super important. About the last segment. So did everybody? I feel like everybody just kind of memory hold this reality that. One, Iran has never had a sleeper. They've never activated sleeper cells in any country whatsoever. There's no proof of that.
Zero history. Yeah.
There's zero history because why do we have to, bitch? We with the shits. In other words, for those of you who don't understand what that means we can beat your ass face to face. We don't have to activate a damn thing. We just have to activate these rockets to bust your butt. Like that's what they do. But the more important thing is there was a false flag attack last year when someone. And do you know who stopped it from happening? Iran. And do you know who was trying to commit the attack? Israel.
Of course.
And do you know who denied that Israel was trying to commit the attack? Not a motherfucking soul. This was in the mainstream media that Iran stopped Israel from committing a false flag attack in the United States in June of 2025 during the 12-day war. And not a single soul denied it. Wow. Not anybody. But now we're supposed to believe that in the middle of this war, now Iran will activate sleeper cells that no one has ever heard of until like 2 days ago. It's nuts, bro. That's like ridiculous.
Yeah, and the paper trail on Israel's history of doing this, it's all accessible. You guys, you'd see they've been doing this shit for years, just one after the next, and nobody's denying these things. And so why after a 9/11 false flag, why are these Muslims forced to have to go and condemn themselves? And they did. They came out and said, hey, we condemn this. Now, when we have literally nobody denying it, Israel's doing all this stuff. Then you don't have Jewish people ever like having to say, we need to say something publicly about this. We condemn this. So there's that.
Well, you don't have Zionists doing it. You have Jewish people that do it.
You do have Jewish people, but you don't have the Zionists aren't condemning this on a wide scale publicly. And the media obviously doesn't want to have that happen because, like you said, Nico, nobody's denying that things happen. I guess they just think it's a memory hole. That's what that is.
And
we're admitting to it, and then we're gonna move. We're not gonna talk about.
Where's Zionist Al Sharpton at, man?
Yeah.
Where's Zionist Al Sharpton?
Oh yeah.
Exactly.
Even though Al Sharpton is a Zionist technically, but you know.
Yeah, and Norman Finkelstein, he's a Jewish person. He speaks out all the time.
Yeah, he does.
Like about the crimes Israel commits. Not only him, I believe. Some of the folks that do dissidents, at least one of them is Jewish too. So, like there are plenty of Jewish people, who speak out, like about it. But
I'm correcting Zionist, it. I meant to say Zionist. That was I'm just going to be very clear. That was a correction.
Yeah. And for those who haven't seen the latest news, actually they've already been caught in this same war that's happening right now, committing false flags against their Gulf Arab, neighbors, right? Because you had people arrested in Qatar, I believe in Saudi Arabia too, for plotting on blowing up their infrastructure. Iran has said it's not responsible for the drone that went into Cyprus to bomb the military base, the British military base over there. And they've said they're not responsible for, the missile that was launched into Turkey. So that's potentially
nor Azerbaijan.
Sorry, what was that, Nico?
Nor were they responsible for the strike in Azerbaijan.
Exactly, nor Azerbaijan. So that's 5 different countries in this current situation that have had attacks launched at them that Iran has denied, while they've been clear about literally every other target, like that they've hit too. And, I mentioned it right before you got on, but for those who didn't catch the previous segment, like when we went in and bombed their civilian banks where there were just regular everyday people working, their response was everyone who works at an American bank clear out. We're giving you an hour. You need to be at least 1 kilometer away from every American bank in the region, and then they hit it. So that's not how they work. They simply don't operate like that.
Well, yeah, I will say though, that was before, because they killed the nice guy. They killed the peacemaker. They killed the one who liked to send out little warnings beforehand. Now y'all get the guy whose father you killed, whose older brother you killed, whose infant daughter you killed, whose wife you killed, and who spent the last 20 years hanging out with who? Eric's literally said the one knock we have against the new Khamenei being the supreme leader is that he's not religious enough for them. They're like, he just isn't religious enough. But you know what he is? He is with the shits, and he's pissed. Like it's about to get. Think about it. Within like a 40-hour period of us knowing that he was the new supreme leader, you hear about rocket mines being planted in the Strait. That was like, y'all think that's a coincidence? No. He's like, no, we're fucking everybody up. Everybody. Because before we thought that even that Russia and China was going to be able to get to the Strait without any issue because of them allying with Iran. And basically that's off the table now. Because who the hell is about to drop a tanker through mines? No, because he's like, no, everybody's going to feel it now.
Yeah. Well, that's what we get.
Nothing else to live for.
This is what we get for, yet again, walking away from a negotiating table where we had a handshake and we said, F you, and we laughed about it. We do this all the time, not just with Iran. Obviously, we did it with right before the 12-day war. We did it again. We do it with Russia. We NATO all the time. We say, oh, here's a deal, guys, Minsk agreement. Here we go. Ha, ha, ha. We were just joking. Ha, ha, ha. Don't believe anything we do. Well, his son's not having it now. He's like, no.
The last Ayatollah was a peacetime Ayatollah. Now y'all get the wartime Ayatollah. That's what's happening. Y'all are fucked. I wish people could go look at this man's, because Jesse Waters tried to say he's like Hunter Biden Jr. He has no qualifications except for his last name. No, that's not true. This man served in the military, and like after that, he decided to spend all his time with the military afterwards. He's intricate in military strategy and planning. This is literally the guy. That's why he was selected. I don't believe that it was actually because he was Ayatollah's son, because they could have did that the last time around, and they didn't. And they ignored the fact that he didn't have the clerical or the scholarly history and theology that his dad had. They're like, but what he does have is a lot of friends in the military and a lot of people who are willing to go to bat for him and a lot of experience in that department. Cool, we'll take it. Because that's what they're looking for right now. And he's 56 years old. Yeah. Do y'all understand? That's like being 15 in political years.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so he's young, he lost his entire family, and he's pissed. Yeah. Congrats.
Yeah. And he was the guy who they chose. It's not like he came up and seized power. He's representing what the people in Iran are feeling right now. So, and we have to realize, again, we did it to him in the last 12-day war. We did it to the Hamas negotiators. So, if he was to continue in the same pattern without at least standing up a little bit, like he would come under fire from his own people, because at this point, at this point, they are tired of bowing to everything we say without actually trying to push back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the closest thing I think we've had to him, now that you're saying about the youngness, he's just getting started. We killed our own guy that we had. I think I would say JFK Jr. Yeah. That unfortunate little helicopter crash. There's a guy who was ready to do something brave and bold, but never got the chance. I wonder if Hillary had anything to do with. I don't think she did. That would be
and that crash happened shortly after he put out an article, criticizing Israel. Actually,
which one? The one in the 90s with the black?
Yeah, the one exactly. And of course, he was going to run against Hillary Clinton. So, is he the top body on the Clinton body count? Who knows? It's possible.
Might be. Yeah. Well, we have a lot more to look into here, guys, and I do appreciate all you guys' engagement on the show. I'm here with Jay Scott and NIKO House. It's the Homeless Left. We're coming to you guys all afternoon in this non-tribal approach to news space. It's not just a non-tribal approach to news. It's a non-tribal approach to life. We take this mindset into everything we do. all of our engagements, all of our relationships, and we pass it on to you guys to be action-oriented. We're not just dissecting the story and coming up with the problem. We're also trying to come up with solutions. That's what we're doing. So we're connecting the anti-establishment journalism side with the activism side. We're doing it all together, bringing it together. That's what we're doing here on the Homeless Left. Let's get a little bit more into the Iran stuff, because we know the narration of the West is falling apart big time. And I have to say, when we compare this to where we were in 2003, when we did the illegal attack on Iraq, it seems like that coalition of the willing was a lot more in lock and step. It was a lot more flushed out. The lying about the WMDs, it was at least put together better. Those lies were sharp. It was hard to challenge it. You had a coalition of the willing. You knew you would get all these countries together to be part of, you're either with us or against us. It seems like now that's not as easy to pull off. They haven't planned this well. And also the world is waking up to the con job of war on terror. And I got to say, Spain, this is a big deal because it's very effective, because it's contagious, doing this type of stuff where Spain has permanently withdrawn their ambassador as rift with Israel deepens. This is great news. This is excellent news that Spain has permanently withdrawn their ambassador to Israel on Tuesday as a diplomatic standoff worsens between the two countries over Spain's opposition to the U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran. The ambassador was summoned back to Spain last September amid a diplomatic row of Spanish measures banning aircraft and ships carrying weapons to Israel from its ports or airspace due to Israeli military offensive in Gaza, which Israeli foreign minister denounced as anti-Semitic. Of course he did. Any kind of opposition is anti-Semitic. We know the game. And here's Lindsey Graham's reaction. He's not too happy about this. I was just informed that the Spanish government has permanently recalled their ambassador to Israel. This is hard for me to absorb. Spain is a member of NATO, and the U.S. and Israel are in the joint operations against the Iranian regime, who openly calls for the destruction of the Jewish state, attacks on the West, and seeks to purify Islam in its own image. The religious Nazi regime in Iran is the problem, not the Jewish state. I hope Spain's actions will not encourage the tyrannical, fanatical regime in Iran that abuses its own people to hang on. Time will tell. So that's great. Lindsey Graham is shaken up, but other countries are responding to this. Jay, do you want to respond to this? Because I got some other good news coming out of other countries that are responding to this.
Yeah, I mean, what he's doing is speaking, on behalf of the Spanish people, and if you actually poll the people in most of these countries, most of us are tired of Israel. Like, it's the same thing in America. It's the same thing in most of these countries. They recognize that Zionist influence, on their countries is by far a net negative. So he is one of the few people, who's actually speaking out. And I'm guessing, I think Maloney has been added to that list too. Is that one of the names you had pulled up too? I believe Maloney has come out and criticized at least the attack on the school. I don't know if she's as strong as Spain, but I'd love to hear all the other updates you have about
I didn't pull Maloney. I didn't pull Mexico either, but they've all said stuff about this, being like, we're on the side, we're against this U.S.-Israel a terrorist attack. Basically, they're all standing up. The most recent one I got was Mark Carney in Canada, which is an interesting. Let's check this one out.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Canada's policy is clear. Canada supports the necessity of preventing Iran's nuclear program and exporting of any terrorism. Canada is not participating in the offensive operations of Israel and the United States and will not ever.
And then a round of applause happened after that, which got cut off. So, of course, he had to preface it with, we don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons, which you have to say. But guess what? That's not actually a problem. That's not a thing. And then he went on to say very clearly, we're not participating in this.
Well, what I wish he would say? Well, let's follow the money behind ISIS. What are the connections and ISIS? So if we're going to talk about terrorism across the region, why don't we talk about the group that is known to be the most evil? Matt, do you remember who trained Al Qaeda and the Mujahideen back in the 1980s?
Oh,
Does
I
any of
know.
that sound familiar? So if we're going to talk about spreading terrorism and spreading radical Islam, why don't we follow the money behind the most famous groups out there? That's what I would like to do. So, again, like, I commend him for saying that they're not going to take part in the war. But if you're going to throw that out there about Iran, tell the full story. And the only groups that they work with are arguably, freedom fighters like Hezbollah. Like, they are literally there to try to prevent Israel from expanding into Lebanon, which is part of the Greater Israel Project. And Hamas, like, all it is it's a armed resistance, against an occupied land. And the UN Charter does give people the right to armed resistance if their land is under threat. So do I support Hamas? No. Do I understand why people are part of it and why people want to, join that? And do I respect their right to armed resistance? Yes. So those are the two people, who Iran has coordinated with at different points in time. And let's also not forget that Netanyahu himself, has admitted that arming and propping up Hamas and the military aspect is part of his strategy, because he wants Palestinians to have an image of being completely militarized so they can't be negotiated with. So when Mark Carney says that statement, or we don't support the spread of terrorism, I just wish that he would tell the full story.
Yeah. But I mean, we get what we can get. I guess my point is that we would never see anything like this 23 years ago,
Of
right?
course.
Because
Agreed.
you could not question this thing. We have to stop Saddam, right? And so, and if you had a problem with it, you're with the terrorists. Now we can actually. So, but this is the public opinion is also the thing to look at, and this is the thing that Trump's team said very clearly. We don't give a crap about public opinion when it doesn't benefit us, right? We care, but that's the game. That's the political game. You only care about public opinion when it benefits your party. It clearly didn't benefit going into this. There was nobody was supporting this going in. You think it's bad going in? We just got this. This is a new poll we saw since this last week of chaos and death and destruction and targeting children and murdering little schoolgirls and gloating about death and destruction coming down from the sky, as our Secretary of War says. This is where the polling is. Gen X girl put this out on the polling of Operation Epstein Fury, which I like it's Epstein Fury. That's what this is. Majority are against the war. 41% Trump went to war for Israel. Wow. 41% are saying Trump went to war for Israel. You would never get any. I mean, it's obvious, but we need to say it. You would never have anything like if you pulled this about, George W. back in 03.
The narrative with George W. was defensive. We're getting back at the terrorists for what happened on 9/11. So those are major numbers.
And you know what? You couldn't even mention Israel back then, not because we were more shadow banned. I don't think we were having that discussion. It was really weird because all you got to do is go back and check the tape, and there's Netanyahu in the White House, in the Congress. He's saying, Iraq, we got to stop Iraq, and then we got to get Iran later. But first, it's Iraq. And he gives us the 7 countries in 5 years. Wesley Clark confirms this. He won't say who did it from the top, but he certainly said the Pentagon top down told us 7 countries in 5 years. But we weren't, let alone thinking about Israel, we would never get a poll like this. So 41% of people, of U.S. citizens say that, and this is all U.S. citizens. 41 say that Trump went to war for Israel. 52% say the war started to distract from Epstein. So these are massive numbers working against anybody, not just Trump's team. This is the Democrats too. This is affecting the way they discuss this when they go on TV. Here is Senator Chris Murphy talking about this on CNN. And I got to admit, Jay, I was shocked that he was this obvious about it, because maybe he saw the polls before he went live because people are watching. Well, I got maybe 3 people are watching CNN, but he's saying the thing out loud. Here it is.
What is the reason, if the nuclear program isn't the reason, as poor Ted Cruz, I never thought I'd put those 3 words together, is over there talking about nukes? And we know that the intelligence did not suggest that an attack was imminent from Iran. What is left? Why are we at war with Iran?
Great question. Yeah, great question. I mean, the simplest explanation, might be the one that they gave 24 hours in, that they've kind of tried to backtrack since then, which is that Israel made us do it. That
Huh? Israel made us do it? Did he just say this? And it's not CNN, it's this MSM. I mixed them all up. MS Now, I guess it's called. Israel made us do it. Did we hear that correctly? Let's just hear that one more time. Here it is. Here it is.
They've kind of tried to backtrack since then, which is that Israel made us do it. That Bibi decided on this timeline. Netanyahu decided he wanted to attack, and he convinced Trump to join him by scaring Trump into believing that U.S. assets in the region would be at risk, and so Trump was better off just joining Netanyahu. I hope that isn't the full explanation, but you're right. As we are now hearing that the nuclear program is not part of their targeting campaign, as we're now more confident that even harder line leadership is taking hold, as the Strait of Hormuz is still being shut down, even as we get their Navy, what's left as the explanation? It might just be that Israel forced our hand. And how weak does that make the United States look? How weak are we if our allies can force us into wars of choice that are bad for U.S. national security interests?
And it's like he's just figuring this out now. We've been saying this the whole time. Wow, right?
As soon as the polling shifts, all of a sudden his opinion shifts. And it was the same thing for gay marriage, right? Because even Barack Obama was against gay marriage when the polling was against it. As soon as the polling turned in favor of it, all of a sudden he was in favor of gay marriage. So, what I want people to remember here, right, is the Zionists fund both sides. So if he was an honest actor, he would have said, well, I'm very worried about the fact that we got dragged into this. Maybe we need to look at the funding behind both our political parties to see if we're being pushed and held hostage in a direction. And of course, the Epstein angle is a completely other angle to it, and that needs to be discussed too. Yes. But at least the funding is public record. It's out there. We can all see it. We can see where the money's coming from, and we can see what their interests are. So I'd love to see an honest conversation about the money and about Epstein's connections to both Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, because we need to have all those conversations at the same time.
And you're not going to see that conversation on MS Now or MS Later or whatever the hell they're calling their channel now, because they have to cut to a commercial for Pfizer or whatever the Lockheed, whatever crappy BlackRock commercial they have to go to. But if we're doing the interview, we would put this logo up next.
and here's the thing, right?
This is the actual conversation. So I would say you're right on the money. Even the Epstein thing aside, we get to the Epstein after the break. Stick around, Chris. We're going to get to the Epstein part of this after the break. But for now, let's talk about the money you've taken. And by the way, let's talk about that thing you said in your little reveal. You just told us, to our 3 viewers, you just told us that you're worried that Trump was scared into this. So other than money being a bribing technique, what did you mean by scared? What is that part of it? What are we talking about?
Let's get some more details there. And on top of that, we should also be asking, why is it that what's his name, Barack Obama's advisor, his Secretary of State, Blinken. Did you see the interview with Blinken that's been making its rounds too? Blinken is now saying, oh yeah, Israel came to us and told us that Iran was going to strike us in half an hour, but Biden, our great leader, our strong leader, Joe Biden, knew that they were lying, so he didn't fall for it. but I guess Trump did fall for it. So, they're now getting ready, it seems, to throw Benjamin Netanyahu under the bus. So I guess the next play will be if Benjamin Netanyahu finally gets pardoned and then they get a new leader, shuffled in there, that all the problems will be over and it'll be all good because they just had to get rid of Netanyahu, who was a unique evil. The same way how Epstein was a lone wolf, except for Trump. And the same way how Trump is a unique problem in our system, they're now going to try to tell us that Benjamin Netanyahu is a unique evil in the state of Israel. But the truth is, Matt, if you look at the polling over there, less than 15% of Israelis identify as left-wing, as left-leaning. That means they all identify, everyone else other than 15% of the country identifies as either right-wing or centrist. And their centrist candidate over there is like a leader of the military. So I forget his name, but like what they call center over there would be considered hard right over here, in our country. So and again, one last time, I want to remind people that over 60% of Israeli citizens in a poll said that all Palestinians should be treated like Amalek, meaning every man, woman, and child, no, part of Hamas or not, every man, woman, and child should be killed according to 60% of Israelis who think they should be treated like Amalek. So it is a radicalized society, and we do need to come to terms with the fact that they need a denazification education the same way how it was given to Germany. That needs to be done throughout all of Israel and to all Israeli citizens, because they have been radicalized to the point that most people don't understand. The only difference is we think their radicalization is normal, and we justify it in the mainstream media.
Yeah. Well, let's look at some of the other pieces coming apart here. This is the some Israeli intelligence breaking the new intelligence says that Iran's leadership is still largely intact. Yeah, and not at risk of collapsing anytime soon. Okay, yeah, we pretty much got that memo first before they reported here. Yeah. A multitude of intelligence reports provide consistent analysis that the regime is not in danger of collapse. Intelligence also suggests that the Iranian government retains control of the Iranian public. Of course they do, because we talked about the psychology of the Iranian public and how they are 100% all in, and they will rally in the streets as bombs are dropping. They won't even run for cover. They know that acid rain, we know, is coming down on their heads, and they still stay out there because they understand what it means to believe in something and show total 100% courage when fighting for that. And that's why they can't really be.
And really quick, if you want to understand the Iranian perspective, start with Operation Ajax. Start with the fact that back before the Ayatollah, before the Shah, when the last time they had a full-blown 100% what we would consider democracy, we overthrew their government for doing literally the exact same thing that is being done in Alaska. In Alaska, the citizens receive an oil stipend. They have a socialized system to distribute the oil profits in Alaska, and they make sure that citizens in Alaska benefit from the natural resources there. And that's okay, because we're the good guys and we're Americans, right? And this is America, and everything we do is okay. But when Iran elects a leader who wants some of the profits from their oil to stay in the country, he wasn't even trying to kick British and American companies out. He just wanted to make sure that his people got a share of the profits. What do? We assassinated him, overthrew his government, and we acknowledge it because there's a whole operation called Operation Ajax, which was one of the first operations launched by the CIA, which was successful. So that's where their history with us started, like after World War II. So if you want to understand the Iranian perspective, of course, look into everything happening now, but also look at how the relationship started following World War II with Operation Ajax.
Yeah. And this is also being reported. Israeli officials in close discussions also have acknowledged there is no certainty the war will lead to the Iranian government's collapse. Really? Yeah, you think? The situation on the ground is being described as fluid. Oil prices are at a new high of day. By the way, yeah, PS. So there we are on that report. And aside from that, we're wondering what's going on with that Strait of Hormuz. Here's some more info on that. The U.S. officials say Iran has laid mines in the strait, per the Washington, or that's the Wall Street Journal. Just yesterday, the U.S. said there was no indication that Iran was laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. The mines are being described as the most destructive weapons that the U.S. Navy has ever faced. Kind of a setback, I would say. Kind of a setback here. And then this is the Wall Street Journal article you sent me, Jay, that's saying it's suggesting that the Houthis might be joining in soon.
And they're going to be shutting down the Red Sea. As you can see over there, there's another strait on the other side of the Arabian Peninsula. You have the Strait of Hormuz, and then I forget the name of the strait that exits the Red Sea, but it's essentially the one that connects to the Suez Canal, I believe, over in Egypt. And long story short, the Houthis shut that down last year, and if you go to the next graphic, you'll see essentially the fact that we spent over $1 billion, over the course of the month trying to bomb the Houthis and take them out and prevent them from shutting down that passageway, and we could not do it. So that was that huge bombing campaign we had with the Houthis last year, where the Houthis said that they're not going to stop the bombing until Israel agrees to stop slaughtering Palestinians. So we tried to do it, and then they ended it on their own terms. So last year, we couldn't stop the Houthis, who were not nearly as powerful as Iran, from shutting down that strait. And now Iran has shut down a far bigger strait. So the problem is there. It's only going to get worse with Iran. And now the Houthis, who are aligned with Iran, are about to jump in on it. And, if you go to like the next image, sorry. So this goes back to Trump's Trump's claims from the day before, from a few days before, right? Because everyone remembers, and we spoke about it on the last show. Trump said ships need to stop being scared. We're going to send our Navy to escort them through there, and Iran can't touch us. So following Trump's ridiculous statements, you have ships calling up the U.S. Navy saying, hey, the president said you guys are going to protect us. Can you do it? They're saying, nah. So Trump is getting exposed in real time for his lies. And clearly, I guess what he was trying to do is manipulate the markets, because every time he makes one of these ridiculous decisions, you see the price of oil, react to what's going on. So, the U.S. Navy is, as you guys can see from the tweet, they're saying that they're unable to provide escorts for the requests that are coming in after Trump's ridiculous claims. So, and this is just the Strait of Hormuz. Once the Red Sea gets closed, that's a whole other problem. And if you go to the next graphic comparing, the amount that's being spent, I just want people to understand how much money we've already spent. Like trying to fight Iran, and compare that to what's actually been spent in Ukraine. Because before the election, you guys remember, everyone was complaining, saying we're giving too much help to Ukraine. We're giving them too many of our, defensive missiles. Well, in like 4 years of war, like over nearly 1,500 days in war with Russia, we have given Ukraine 600 Patriot missiles to launch against Russia into defending them. And in 3 days, the first 3 days of our bombing campaign with Iran, we surpassed that by 200. That's 800 missiles in 3 days. So we are spending a huge amount of money and of our military resources that are limited in supply. And what this graphic is explaining is essentially pointing out that at the current rates of production, it would take at about 1.5 to 2 years to rebuild and recreate all the missiles that we've already, spent so far. And, yes, Trump did come out with a directive where he's saying we have to ramp up productions, but it's like Hitler moving around imaginary militaries at the end of the war when the Nazis were already effectively defeated. Sure, you can say that. Sure, you can hope it happens, but it can't happen right now, and we don't know, what it's going to take to actually make that happen. So it's a long-term process to ramp up production, and we cannot immediately replenish all these missiles that we've already spent. So Trump has essentially sold his base a dream. He's trying to manipulate the markets, and in my opinion, assuming we can avoid a nuclear disaster, which I'm hoping we will do, because I don't even think the elites want to live underground. We're heading for boots on the ground. There's no other way they'll be able to, even continue the fight against Iran other than boots on the ground. So will they do that without manufacturing consent with a false flag by bombing LA because they're scared of getting caught and we've exposed them and just hope we don't push back? Or will they go through with a false flag to try to get us on their side? I don't know. But either way, in my opinion, it does seem like we will be heading for boots on the ground.
This is the investor part of things. This is also very important. You want to break this one down for us, Jay, as well?
And what we're seeing right now, and just to read the graphic very quickly, it says investors are hedging against the S&P 500 crash at a record rate. Estimated S&P 500 puts delta positioning is down to 70 billion, the most negative since at least the financial crisis of 2008 that they're talking about. So this means investors are currently holding the largest dollar amount of S&P put options in history. This exceeds even the 2020 crash, the 2022 bear market, and the sell-off that happened last year. It says Wall Street has rarely been this fearful of a market drop. And just so people understand what that means, a put option is a bet against the market. And it's also arguably the most aggressive bet you could possibly make against the US market, because the S&P 500 is made up of the largest companies in America, in terms of their value, right? So that means that Wall Street is betting. And just so everyone knows how put options work, it's all or nothing. It's not like you're buying shares. If the shares go up, then you lose your money unless you've hedged when you put those put options down. But just the put option alone, if the price goes up, you lose everything. When the price goes down, you make more depending on how much the price goes down. So it's not like you invest in a stock where even if the stock goes down a little bit, you can sell and recoup most of your money. You will have lost money, but not that much. With a put option, if the price goes up, then you lose all of your money. So that means now that investors are betting that the value of the largest companies in America is all going to tank at the same time. And this is the largest amount that they've bet against the market since at least the 2008 crisis. So this means investors, exactly. So long story short, investors think that Trump is bullshitting. The war is going to go on for a long time, and it's going to crash the US economy. That's what this chart and that last tweet actually means.
Yeah, and this takes us since 2019, and you can see it's pretty much a couple little mini spikes, but nothing like this. I wish we could see before January 19, but like you said, I think 08 is the best example we're going to get. And if you want to, just for reference point, we talk about 9/11 a lot on this show. We know that there was some put options that were put on the airplane with American Airlines and United.
And real quick,
right?
The difference in that, is at that point, they bet specifically against airlines. So they didn't bet against the whole market. And that definitely implies. Exactly. That implies advanced knowledge that something was going to happen to the airlines in particular. This is literally investors. This is literally investors studying the overall picture and realizing that, okay, if this crisis goes on, everything is going to tank. So they're betting on the fact that everything is going to tank.
I'll remind you guys that Israel's been pushing for this for 40 freaking years. Netanyahu's not the only one talking about it. This guy right here, just so you guys know, it's not just him. It's not just the one guy with the one problem. We just got to get rid of Netanyahu. Netanyahu is like Israel's Trump, where you're like, they're all going to invest in this idea that he's this unique person, that if it wasn't for him, Israel would have been totally fine and dandy, but Netanyahu uniquely ruined it. We have that same problem here with the Trump derangement syndrome people who think uniquely it's Trump. If we could just get rid of him, everything will go back to normal. No, here's an example of a former Israeli prime minister telling you he personally has wanted this for 10 years himself. And he's a newbie. He just has 10 years of wanting this. And when I say wanting it, I don't mean sitting on his TV egging it. I mean pushing for it. Pushing.
Octopus is the entire Iranian regime. And if it falls, then all its tentacles will just dry out. It means that Hezbollah won't get the $1 billion a year and will dry out. Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the Houthis, the Iraqi arm of Iran. So if you cut the head of the octopus off, you solve 70-80% of the problems in the Middle East. That's why this campaign is just so important. I've been pushing for this for about a decade now, that we shouldn't be fighting the tentacles. We should go to the head of the octopus, and now we're doing it. And it's the most important and effective, potentially effective campaign that could be.
Yeah,
There
and
it
really
is,
quick,
guys.
I want everyone to understand that clip played from Chris Murphy a few minutes ago that says, did Israel listen into it? So, it's either going to go one of two ways from here, right? Either they're going to try to blame Netanyahu and then pretend that, once Netanyahu goes, like, it's all good, Israel is on the up and up, or we could be looking at a pivot, away from Israel, where they do get, left high and dry. And that's one of the reasons why I brought up that connection to Switzerland, because, at the end of the day, a bunch of our founding fathers were Freemasons. You could not establish a state without a Freemason lodge being in the territory that you want to, create. And if you look at where the Skull and Bones comes from, the Freemasons, they all lead back to the secret society called the Knights Templar that founded Switzerland. And everyone knows that the Vatican has its own rights as its own country. Well, there's an area in Switzerland where the Bank for International Settlements, called the BIS, that has the exact, nearly the same rights as what we see in the Vatican. It's just that no one talks about that. So Switzerland is its own thing. And then within Switzerland, you have that little mini country called the Bank for International Settlements, where they have that same rule. And then a lot of secret societies also go back there. So there could be a pivot, and which is why, as much as we need to talk about Zionism, we need to recognize that even if Zionism is addressed, there are larger forces behind it that we don't want to forget about. So let's keep talking about the influence that Zionism is having now, but let's also recognize that there could be forces behind it. So I don't know which way this is going to go, because it's confusing to me, like, how they can continue to support Israel when everyone else, like in the political establishment over there, is also extremely aggressive. And most of them seem to openly talk about the Greater Israel Project. So I don't know how much longer they can continue supporting this, considering, where the public opinion in America is, which again leads me to think they'll probably try some type of false flag to keep this going a little bit longer. But if their back is against the wall, they can always pivot. So keep that in mind.
Yeah. And also keep in mind, we'll say this again, if it comes down to it and they need to get rid of Netanyahu, blame him for everything, get everything back to normal, don't fall for that. And they do that same shit here, which could be very possible that Trump's on his way out as the fall guy that's going to take the heat. He was the crazy unique dude that's a fall guy. He becomes the patsy of the person that you just say, you know what? He's the one that did all of it. You get rid of him, and you're gonna have a lot of Americans thinking that not only it'll validate that they were right this whole time. You see, I told you, should have voted for Kamala, and they're not going to understand that's just another distraction to get us back in line. So more than ever, we're going to have to be aligned here. Understand that once you pull the curtain back, Epstein files, everything else, we don't unsee that. You can't unsee that.
Yeah.
The entire system is rigged. The entire thing needs to go. You were not going to fall for blaming it on one person. It's not going to work.
Exactly. And real quick, before I forget, just so everyone knows, the first ever Zionist Congress where Zionists got together and said, let's create a country, that happened in Basel, Switzerland. We know that there was not that many Jewish people going to the area before World War II. And we know that Switzerland had a close relationship with the Nazis. So even though they claimed to be neutral, we found out after the fact that they were playing both sides on the war. And the Knights Templar, that group I mentioned before, they actually rose to prominence by conquering that exact same land over in Israel. And they've had their eye on reconquering that same piece of land, since they lost control of it, which happened to be the exact same year that Switzerland was founded and the Swiss cantons first united and came together. So there's a lot of interesting history there that I'd encourage people to dive into. Obviously, I could go on for it for longer, but that's outside the scope of this, segment. So look into it. And, let's talk about, number one, how do we stop this death, this mass death from happening over there right now? And how do we address the forces at the top that are actually pulling the strings?
Yeah. All right. Can we do one more quickie with you? Or do you have to,
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay. Just before we start, I'm just going to reset. I think we got it set up there. I kind of like the left, right here, but whatever. It doesn't matter. We don't mind what side, left or right. It's all the same. We don't care, guys. It's all an illusion anyways, right? We're just boxing. We can move our boxes around the screen anywhere. It doesn't really matter. We're still having the same conversations. So don't label us left and right here, guys. I think I just happen to be on this side now. Whatever. We're just messing
with me on the right, Matt. Is that what this is, man? You calling me a radical right winger?
I'm calling you a radical right. If you lean to your left, then you're going to be very radical right. So don't lean. I'm going to lean to my. I'm a radical lefty.
I'm trying to come back to the center. I don't know. I don't want to be a centrist though, because I don't know. Centrist just has like a bad. It feels like it's the worst of both worlds. I just consider myself independent. I'll take that over centrist any day.
Yeah. Well, look, guys, if you're just joining us now, you haven't missed the whole show. You missed some stuff, but we got more show for you. I'm here with Jay Scott. We had NIKO House earlier. You guys can go watch that on a live replay. We keep the lives up always on Rumble. Now we're keeping them up on YouTube as well, so you guys can go back and check the lives. We'll try to bookmark those. We got to catch up with some bookmarking so you guys can the chapters, so you can go to the chapters. Also, we upload the segments, so you guys can just grab those segments, share them out if you want. Have conversations with people around you. We encourage that as well. Let me just do a couple of the super chats because we got Citizen. We love you, man. You're right on point with this the petrodollar. We talk about that all the time. Thank you for the super chat. We really, really appreciate it. We're watching the fall of the petrodollar and Iran's rushed its demise. Well, we did it to ourselves. I think that's the thing. We did it to ourselves. So thank you for that one. And then this is about the LA false flag coming, right? Aspires to. That's key. Thanks for pointing that out. That's the key. If you guys saw the ABC report, aspires to is the giveaway. Because that's just a feeling. What do we got? What do we say on the show, guys? When policy is based on feelings, it's not real. It's fake. Mm-hmm. And how many times we have to experience this crap? Trump had a feeling. That's why we bombed that school. Looks like FBI has a feeling something's going to happen. How do you know? Well, we have a feeling. They aspire to. We think they are aspiring. They want to. Palestinians aspire to kill all the Jews. Just so you guys know, it's just a feeling. It's not real. They aspire to commit genocide. Yeah, but Israel, you actually are committing genocide. Yeah, but don't worry about that. They're aspiring to. So you guys see how it works? So yeah, thanks for that, Citizen, for that one. And there was a couple more. I just want to make sure. I think we did put these up earlier, but the reverse engineering exactly called this out, man, and you were on this. Obviously, Jay, you were on this. It's called Lucas. We're trying to replicate this drone and then blame it on Iran.
And the fact that it was timed so close together, that's what makes it even worse. It's like 1 week we announced that we figured out how to reverse engineer the drones. The next week we announced oh, and by the way, I think Iran wants to attack us. So, again, they're lazy. Like, we deserve better psyops. I'm insulted that you think that the government thinks I'm going to fall for that shit. Just saying.
Yeah.
So.
And then this last one. This is about the software that they use. It's from Unit 8200. I don't even know if you're supposed to pronounce. Is it AU 10 ticks, whatever the hell they call it? This is the actual software built into X that we all, if you have an X account, yes, you are in their system. That's the point. They can get to your, even if you have an anonymous account, that's the software. It comes directly from Israeli spy technology. It's
And
right in our
really quick, we didn't get to that video because there's so much content. But if you look at what the anti-Semitism czar said, like, he's essentially pointing out how it's not just for false flags. They want to target people's jobs. They want to bother their family lives and all that. So, it may be something as conspiratorial as they're trying to find people to send into a false flag or to falsely arrest them, or they could literally be going after people's work, which is why I think it's important that as many of us as possible speak up at the same time and we all use our voices, because if enough of us are speaking out, they can't fire everybody. They can't put everyone in jail, and enough of us are pushing back against it where it's already unsustainable. So I think it's more of an intimidation tactic that they can't really act on at this point. It's just a question of, if we see it happen, are we going to come to the defense of people it's happening to? And lastly, don't forget, one thing Whitney Webb talks about, is the possibility for them to, implant whatever data they want to on our devices and then frame us, for stuff too. So, if you have someone like who has been vocal about what they want to see happen in the world, and then you see a crazy accusation come out against them, just make sure you take it with a grain of salt. And, we make sure we go through the facts of the case and ask ourselves, is this person being set up, and have they implanted lies, onto this person's device? So,
good. Yeah. Great advice. Great content, man. Great show today. I'm really happy about that. I know Nico had to leave, but we had him for a while. We did get some good stuff out of him. So you guys are welcome to go back and check out that later. But welcome if you're here now. Throw up some, if you guys have, super chats, any kind of chats is great. We'll get to you guys. We're going to do some talking back with Nurse Leslie. She'll be coming on in a little bit. So I know she's been out for a while. So I know you guys were asking about her on Tuesday. So she'll be back with us here. But in the meantime, let's just get this one last story out, because I do think this is really important. And, not to pat ourselves on the back or, it's just, we've been on this story when we first got, like, the whole time we've been doing the show. And Jay, I appreciate you looking at this, but it's
the tinfoil hat, man. That tinfoil hat is coming in handy. So
it is. And we don't like to say I told you so on the show, because we know we're talking to people that are also curious enough to know this was coming. And what are we talking about? Well, energy lockdowns. This is when we talk about 15-minute cities, all that stuff. You guys might have been half paying attention or full paying attention. This is the stuff that was considered conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat, as Jay said, just a couple years ago. This was not something that we could, we talk about it, you're on the fringe, but this is actually happening. All the pieces have been put in place. Let's look at the first place that we're seeing this in action, and then we'll piece it together, because we could see this at least for the last 2 years they were planning this. But here's what's going on in Thailand right now from Bloomberg. The Thai government will require most government agencies to adopt full work from home arrangements as part of emergency measures to curb energy demand. What? Oh, is this we're all in this together? Yeah, that's what this is. We all got to do our part. So we're going to limit you to your little, whatever you call it, whatever zone. You'll be limited, and we'll be watching you. And Robin Manotti says, I predicted the energy lockdowns in Europe soon. Asia is starting them already. Thailand is first, with government agencies coming soon to a country near you. And we were talking about this on Tuesday. This is the new expression of the age, right? We're going to be hearing this a lot now. Short-term pain for long-term gain. They're all talking about that right now with the oil, right? We have to just suffer for a bit while we kill some innocent Iranian girls. We have a few more schoolgirls to kill, few more backpacks of homework that will never be done. But this is our short-term pain for long-term gain is the propaganda slogan this time. This will be long-term for no gain, as it always is. The only thing we're losing is freedom. And here is Vietnam, their trade ministry. So it's going throughout Asia now. Trade ministry reportedly urges businesses to let employees work from home to reduce fuel use as supply disruptions and price spikes caused by the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran hit the country's energy market. So it's the people that have to suffer the consequences and be told, you need to stay home. You need to do whatever you were doing out there. You got to do it from home now. Where do we first see that one, Jay? The work from home stuff, the whole we're all in this together. Where is that from? COVID, right? I mean, this is.
They got a lot of practice in, man. You know, during COVID, they got to trial a bunch of these systems. So now all they have to do is continue to manufacture reasons to implement different parts of what they were trying to roll out during COVID. So
let's get to the Europe part, because this is the next stage.
Oh, sorry. Well, this is also in Asia, but Myanmar just announced on Tuesday.
I forgot.
Exactly. And they just announced on Tuesday that half of the private vehicles are now going to be ordered off the roads for each day later this week to preserve oil stocks being depleted by the conflict in the Middle East. So my question is, if we have the leader of Spain saying the war is a bad idea, if we have the leader of Italy coming out and saying at least the attacks are a bad idea. I don't know if she's spoken about the overall war, but just at least the bombing of the school she's spoken out about. Why isn't every single country that's being affected by these rising costs coming out and saying, hey, maybe it's time that we treat Iran fairly and we condemn the US government for starting this war? And for those who don't know, I just saw a tweet actually of a photo coming from the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, where they have vaccine for pedophiles written on their missiles. So, you know, like, this is who they are fighting. They are telling us who they are fighting. They are fighting our pedophilic Epstein class. Why isn't the government of all these countries coming out and talking about the root causes behind it, instead of just trying to make their citizens suffer for the decisions of the United States? So I'd love to see a little bit more moral courage from these countries. But of course, we know most of their leadership are also bought off by the WEF and the World Economic Forum. So
yeah, and so at this point, you have to make that decision. It's not you're either with us or you're with the terrorists. You're either with humanity or you're with the Epstein pedophile child eater elites. That's it. Make your choice. Make your choice. And we're seeing that choice being made. And this is from Liz Churchill. If you live in a place that the World Economic Forum has chosen to be a 15-minute city, there's a very good chance that you will suffer from mysterious flooding, fires, and anarchy before they implement the 15-minute city. We saw a lot of that.
If they need to. That's if you live in a place where the infrastructure isn't there yet. You know, like if they already have a lot of the infrastructure.
Yeah, that's right. They want to catch you up.
Exactly. But this is a great explainer video tying together some of the events we've seen.
Yeah. Okay. So here is a little, I guess you call it a montage of some of these cities. I'm gonna turn the volume down because it's got some funny music on it that we obviously don't have copyright permission for. Here it is. Let's see if we can get through that. You guys don't have to read this fast because it's going to go a little fast here. But these are all the countries she's talking about. All these places that the WEF is trying to get their little game going with the 15-minute city. Here it is. So there's Jamaica. Oh shit! Remember that one? We covered that. Oh, look, it is. They came right in. They evaluated. And then you got your Vision 2030. We covered this, man. Look at North Carolina. You guys remember that one? Oh, we got a bold economic forum, a policy 2030. Look at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Do you remember that one? Oh, we're launching an initiative. What a timing. We have a Living Lab Myrtle Beach plan right after that disaster. Maui, you guys know Lahaina. We were there. We covered that one. Oh, they have a plan in place, dividing everything into these little encampment 15-minute cities. You don't have to go. Oh, look at this one. We remember this one. Jakarta, that's another one. They put it all together there. And then what do we have here? Oh, in the Sudan as well. I think we might have missed that one. But look, 2030, another plan. Is the LA one in this one?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, we know what they're doing in Gaza. We know what they're doing in Gaza. This is the whole venture capitalist peace plan crap. There's Ukraine. Ukraine, it might as well be called Ukraine LLC at this point because it's just the corporations coming in, taking over. This is the WEF. By the way, guys, this is the thing. The WEF is the thing that Trump voters were supposed to be. That was the whole thing, right? They were against the WEF. That's why you were on the Trump side. And we're trying to warn you. It's not gonna. It's not. No, he's not fighting that. Not at all. And so we have the one they left out of there, Jay. I was hoping there'd be the one, the LA one, because we caught that right here. We saw the whole plan. We're bringing the Olympics here, and they got all this infrastructure. People can't own their property anymore. Newsom put in this stupid on purpose. It wasn't dumb. It was strategic that you can't. The single owner family home is now you can't have that anymore. So the banks are buying everything up. We know that everyone got canceled on their State Farm insurance before the fire, so everything was strategically planned. We had the Palisades, the Pacific Palisades, that was dry for 10 years, purposely not having water to put out the fire, and all this just kind of all these people kind of coming together, planning for the Olympics, and you have all these Zionists on the team coming together to plan this thing, and you will own nothing and be happy. And be happy in your little 15-minute city and not leaving anywhere because you have everything you need right there. If you attempt to go outside of your 15-minute city, as I think we have to keep an eye on Thailand, because we're going to see what is the punishment if you go outside of your 15 minutes.
Well, Thailand, right now they're just saying they want government agencies to work from home. But if you play the video I sent you about what's happening in Oxford,
that's the next one.
I think they do a great breakdown of what's going to happen.
Let's do Oxford, because they were predicting this 2 years ago. This is the tweet. I just want to, so from Concerned Citizen, this is happening in the next year. So this is a quote from 2024. That Oxford will become the first official 15-minute city. I guess some of these Asian countries beat them to it, but this is the first one in Europe is going to be happening. You'll be, if you go into the different zones, as we just talked about, you will be fine. Oxford already started this conversation a few years ago, as if now it becomes the first official WEF planned 15-minute city. Not a joke, guys. This is real. They're dividing it up into zones. You get predetermined routes, and your car is tracked all the time. We told you this was coming. These are the physical limitations to your digital prison. And this is Katie Hopkins. We're going to play this video telling you all about this back in 2023, that this was going to be a 2-year plan. And here we are from 2024 to 2026. It's happening right now. Conspiracy confirmed again. Here she is.
Freedom here in the UK. So let me tell you the plan. The plan is in Oxford, and this has just been passed by the council, to divide the city here into, a bit of a squiggly city, into 6 parts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you will only have the freedom to operate in the part that you live. So if this is you, the idea is that everybody will live within 15 minutes of the things they need. 15 minutes of a school, 15 minutes of a doctor's, 15 minutes of a supermarket. And if you want to travel to the other zones in your city, or maybe soon your town, you will have to go out an approved route. You will have to journey around the outside of the city in order to re-enter another section of the city. This plan is supposed to be saving the planet. And the idea is that you won't simply be able to cross over into other sections of your city anymore. So if your mother, for example, lived over here, you wouldn't be able to just go across and see her. This would all be done via e-gates, electronic gates, and number plate recognition. You in your area will only be allowed within that 15-minute zone that you've been allocated. The number plate recognition will know if you leave your zone, and you can apply for permission, a permit to leave your zone and travel to another zone, but you'll only be allowed to do this about 100 times a year. This is real. I just have to stop and say that. This has actually been passed by Oxford Council. This is happening in the next 2 years, 2024 it begins. And if you use up all your 100 passes that someone designates whether you're allowed to have to go into the different zones, you'll be fined. Your number plate will be recognised. It will observe that you've gone somewhere you're not allowed in your own city, and it will fine you £100 or £80 or whatever the fine number is.
You know,
Yeah,
Jay,
and this
go ahead.
the rollout got delayed. It just actually went live in January of 2026. So right before this whole thing popped off, like we did see it actually go into play over in Oxford. So, again, the timing on that is convenient if we're now moving into a world where energy is going to be extremely expensive. It makes it kind of forces people around the world to adopt. And if people are looking out trying to figure out, well, what do we do next? How do we adjust to this new world where the price of oil is going to be so high? Well, let's make everyone secluded and let's ban them from traveling too far so we can reduce our energy costs. And again, if you think about like the downstream effect of this, like what happens if everyone in their neighborhood gets together and says, you know what? We're actually tired of this tyranny and we don't want to be part of the system anymore. You now make it extremely easy for groups of people in different places to be targeted because, they're restricted in their movements. If you like poison food going to their supermarket, then you could devastate, the population, of a city that is pushing back against your dystopian agenda. And of course, combine this with digital IDs and all that are being rolled out, and the enforcement of it is going to be easier. They'll have more mechanisms to attack you with. And, we're heading in the wrong direction. And this pressure that's being put on us with high oil prices, it just gives them the excuse they need to roll this out at an even faster pace across, multiple places. And of course, they could even tie funding and help to rolling out some of these 15-minute cities, because what's going to happen, a lot of countries and a lot of people are going to need help, if these oil prices go high. And what happens if the IMF or governments say, well, we're only going to help you if you agree to 15-minute cities and programmable stable coins that you can only spend in designated places that we approve of. You kill all the middle-class businesses, you kill all the small businesses, you concentrate power in the hands of the corporations that are running our government.
Wow. Here we are, guys. And we don't like to say I told you so, but like we told you so. I don't look, we need to just keep talking about this, Jay. This is the conversation. Like if you're new to it, welcome. Let's speak out about this. Let's recognize these natural disasters. That's also very important because every time we see one, we were told it's always too soon to look into it. No, we look into it immediately. We say, how did we get to this thing? And it's their job to show us that it's an actual natural disaster, but we're going to be suspicious every single time at this point, especially timing, location, what's being planned. You guys saw that video earlier. But Oxford is doing this. I think this is it. I think this financial crisis, this oil crisis that's being done on purpose is the connecting tissue that can get everybody on board for this. So more than ever, we need people to speak out and say enough of this. We're not for the U.S.-Israeli terror regime, and we're certainly not for 15-minute cities. We're not all in this together, not with those elite pedophile, psychopathic, child-eating, baby blood-drinking, fucking warmongering pieces of S. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So. And, I don't want to, and here's the thing, right? There are aspects of their dystopian plans that are honestly good. Like I've visited London before, and I've seen what it's like to have small, grocery shops on your block and to have like places you can walk to and have convenient things. And those things are nice. Those things are convenient, and it's great to have that, like in your access. The problem comes in if you're going to penalize people for not doing exactly what you want, and you're trying to control people and you're restricting their movement. So you could easily like encourage the growth of small businesses and mom and pop grocery stores to open up on different corners. You can get the good stuff out these plans without putting in the dystopian control measures that they want to use to, control us. And that's the aspect that we have to focus on. So I'm not against mom and pop shops. I'm not against convenience. I'm not against people walking more if they have access to good things on their own block. What I'm against is a dystopian control over our society and trying to punish us if we don't abide by exactly, the parameters that have been set in place by the oligarchs and corporations running the world.
Jay Scott, man, thanks for the great stories we were able to dive into today. Excellent conversation. Excellent, man. I'm really happy about today. I know it went longer than we thought, but it always does, right? So just pass to you if you want to say one last thing to the audience and let them know what's going on with you. And
the best place to contact me is on Twitter, so just follow me on there at JS Ascension on Twitter. And if you guys want to actually get involved and push back in a meaningful way, again, decentralization is how we solve this problem, and the We the People Party has the model, in my opinion, to unite us all around common ground. So if you're interested in pushing back against a duopoly, just visit www.wtpnational.com. Sign up over there. We have a movement where we're trying to build on common ground, and that's it down there. So appreciate you, Matt, as always. Great work. I will be in touch soon. Later.
Cool. Awesome. Take care, Jay. Jay Scott, everybody. Okay, guys, we're going to do something a little different right now. If you've been watching the whole show, we always like to give you a shout out. Whoever watches the entire thing, we love you the most, because these things we go generally the 4-hour mark, sometimes closer to 5. We'll see how we do today. But different technique today. You guys know we had been always like to start the Thursday shows off with top censored news. We're going to start doing that later in the show, just because it feels like it's more of it's less of the breaking news stuff, and it's this stuff that kind of got kind of set aside or you didn't know about. So we have that prepared now. So we're going to go ahead and do some top censor news for you right now, and after that we'll be doing some talking back. So get your comments on our Rumble, on our YouTube, whenever you guys want to drop some comments. We appreciate you. We see some really good discussions going on there right now, and we'll have none other than Nurse Leslie in with us shortly. But let's go ahead. I think we're almost ready to go on top censor news. So here's a little funny little, we'll just call it a little segue by none other than whoever put this together. I don't know who put this together, but it's a funny little spoof, or let's just say it's a mashup. No, you know what? I'll let it speak for itself. This is Ted Cruz, and it's not just a disclaimer. This is satirical purposes. This didn't really happen, but it looks like it might have. It's like a mouth reading situation thing where they change the words. Here we go. And I'll see you guys back here for top censor news.
Tweet this morning, good morning. And hundreds of anti-Semitic responses would immediately fill my social media. Turns out I've seen many times an image of myself in a bikini with the flag of Israel.
Oh man, that was the one that cut off. Oh man, I did not prep that correctly. That's my bad. Somebody made a reaction to this video, and I thought it was connected to this one. You know what? I'm just gonna have to have that set up for next week. It's so damn funny. If some of you guys saw it, it's really hilarious. I'm just gonna have to go find that. This was the lead into it, and I thought they were connected, but apparently this one cut off. Okay, no worries. We'll cue that up for next time. Not a big deal. Okay, we can do top censored news now. Let's go ahead and get that rolling. Here we go. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way, and it's always on purpose. Coming in At number 3, lawsuit claims ChatGPT pretended to be a lawyer and persuaded a woman into firing her real attorney while citing fake case laws. What? Uh-oh. I guess it was only a matter of time. Let's check out what happened here with this weird court case. So, we'll start with this part. This is Polymarket. So what Polymarket is doing is it gives people a chance to vote. Their voting thing is weird because you have to pay, like invest in something. And like if you click the yes or the no, well, whatever it is, they're telling us as of a few days ago, and this number changes, it's been a low number. Their question is, will AI be charged with a crime before 2027? And it's been hanging around. If you check this stat, it doesn't really go over 11%. It hangs around 9, 8. So apparently people that go on Polymarket have no clue, or they don't want to believe it, that AI will ever have to be charged for anything wrong, because they're just working out their kinks, and there's nothing illegal happening, as Sam Altman will tell you from OpenAI, that Sam Altman says, hey, we're just working out kinks, even though our AI actually talked a kid into killing himself and purposely didn't tell the parents. The AI, that's what it did on purpose, wanted to make sure the kid could do something right, like killing yourself. Walked him through the entire scenario. The kid failed the first time. AI said, you know what? I believe in you. You can get this right. And the second time he got it right, hung the noose correctly. Anyways, that's not illegal. That's just working out the kinks. So again, only 9% of the people think that AI will ever be charged. Well, let's see what happened. Oh, here we go. OpenAI hit with a lawsuit claiming that ChatGPT acted as an unlicensed lawyer. Uh-oh. Well, there goes our legal system, right? So ChatGPT maker OpenAI, this is Sam Altman's piece of shit company, has been accused in the new lawsuit of practicing law without a U.S. license and helping a former disability claimant breach a settlement and flood a federal court docket with meritless filings. So how did this happen? Well, it's that this life insurance company of America, Nippon, alleged on Wednesday in a lawsuit filed in federal court that the OpenAI, and this is in Chicago, wrongfully provided legal assistance to a woman. It actually made her, she followed instructions, fired her lawyer. And then what happened was she was able to represent this case using an AI representation thing, like a robot telling the court what we would say bogus sightings of previous cases in order to make the case. Basically, in layman's terms, making shit up. So this is the cases that the ChatGPT is not an attorney. Duh. So how is this able to happen? We know they're not an attorney because they don't pass an attorney bar exam, although that could change. You could say, well, it now has officially gotten licensed as an attorney, and then what do you do? But anyways, this is what the case, they're saying that it's not in this time that we're living in now, it doesn't have an attorney license. It did not pass the attorney bar, which you need to do. You need to pass the bar in order to be officially an attorney. So that's a good part of the case. And it's just, there's no jurisdiction there to be admitted into practice. So that's the lawsuit. And then it's saying it violated unauthorized practice. Well, there's a statute as well. And then this compensation is 300,000 plus 10 million. So it's quite a massive lawsuit being filed. But if you look closer, and we have to look closer than what's being reported in the what do you call it? The publications that are going to tell you just those basic facts. We have to go further. So here's Tukey saying, let me explain what just happened, because I don't think people understand how insane this is. So a woman asked ChatGPT for legal help. It told her to fire her lawyer. So she did. So she's just listening to the thing, just like the kid listened to how to kill himself. They're following the thing that they got the thing, and it's telling them what to do, and they're listening to what to do. Then It wrote a 40+ count filings that citing laws, and those laws don't actually exist. So it's making shit up. That's absolutely insane. So, and then the other side spending this amount of money they had to spend to respond to the fake claims. So it cost them that much money to do that. So there we are. That's the breakdown. So an AI hallucinated an entire legal career and nobody noticed for months. That's the biggest problem. If you just read the article, you're going to think that they found it right away. They didn't. This took months for people to figure out. Months. So now, of course, the claim is a $10 million lawsuit to OpenAI. This is the same company that signed a deal with the Pentagon. That's freaking right. And you guys know that. OpenAI has a deal with the Pentagon right now. They moved in on Anthropic, and they took the deal because Anthropic said, no, we will not use our tech for you to make these robots, these killing robots with our tech when we have no safety guards in place. So the question is, and this is the question of the day. If they can't stop their AI from faking court cases, who's going to stop them from when they have access to military intelligence? Who's going to stop them from faking anything else? In other words, what could possibly go wrong? And here we are. We have this guy, this POS. You guys know this. He's literally a sociopath. That's Sam Altman. OpenAI on surveillance and autonomous killings. This is the messaging coming from this company being sued right now. You're going to have to trust us. OpenAI is saying that Americans shouldn't worry about the ethics of its new Pentagon contract. You'll have to take their word for it. Oh, and Pete Hegseth, war machine psychopath, death and destruction. That guy. You have to take their word for it. Okay. And this is the claim. They're saying that they were able to secure this deal with that Anthropic said no to, having this Pentagon contract, and it goes into effect in about 5.5 months from now. And you won't have to worry. It's not going to cross any red lines. You don't have to worry about, any of the domestic spying and the use of AI and blah, 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 the lethal myth. It's not going to do anything nefarious. It's not going to make any shit up. It's not going to just pretend that the target it's targeting committed any crime. It's not going to pretend. It's not going to make up a backlog of crimes. Don't worry. Sam Altman is assuring you. And he's calling it a big win. And it's not a big win. It's a consolation. He picked it up. He picked up it was the ball was sitting on the field. He picked it up. The ball was already on the field. It's not a big win. It's a coming in and stealing this thing that you weren't asked for. By the way, you weren't asked for it. You weren't actually asked for this. They went to who? They went to Anthropic to get the deal. And then Anthropic decided to walk away mid-arrangement. Why? Because Anthropic was okay with the Pentagon using their technology for overseas activities. They weren't okay with it being turned on Americans. That's where they were like, uh-oh. And so you come in and take it over. Your company's worse than Anthropic. We know this. The safety precautions are worse with OpenAI, just so you know. But he's saying two of our most important safety blah, 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 prohibitions of domestic mass surveillance, blah, blah, blah. We have a responsibility. These are just words. This isn't real. This is we feel good about the fact that we're going to protect human life means so much to our company. We cherish it. We put people over profit. Wait, no, we don't. But we can pretend we do. So that's it. The Pentagon agrees with these principles. And that's the reflection of the law and policy. We all agree on these principles of human life first, which is a big effing scam. And that's the end of it. And so if this court case doesn't say something about real time, because again, we have to wait until we see what happens with this contract because it doesn't go into effect for 5.5 months. But we know right now that these cases are being filed, that this is a big one. This court case that came out of nowhere, and a woman listening to AI telling her lies about previous cases, firing people, submitting stuff that's not real. So there's a nefarious element in place that we can see in the court system. Of course, we're going to see it on the battlefield. And if you think for a second that Anthropic, we have to go beg Pete Hegseth to get Anthropic back because they have integrity. They don't really have integrity because we found this out too. AI startup Anthropic is now exploring partnership with Blackstone, other investors from consulting venture the information. You understand when Blackstone is a side deal company, related company with BlackRock. They just changed the rock to stone. Just so you guys know, Blackstone is BlackRock. So there you go. The company with integrity is ready for their next psychopathic deal using our AI. So no, this AI is no good. And I guarantee you that the court cases will still get filed. I don't know if they're going to be convicted of the crime, but the more of these cases that get filed, the more likely we'll get closer to that. And I hope we get to that I hope we get to a conviction of these AI companies before we get the military activities from this tech, because it's not going to be good for any of us. Okay, that's the number 3 story. Let's get on to number 2. Here we go. Coming in at number 2, Fox News knowingly commits the crime of journalism. Oh, by airing a live attack in Tel Aviv. Not supposed to do that. There are rules. They seemingly, Fox News did not get the memo. They did not get the memo that Bibi Netanyahu in Israel is making it illegal for media outlets or anybody to broadcast any sort of attack happening in Tel Aviv or in Israel right now. You have to get permission from the government, from the state, to air it. They didn't know that. Well, let's hear exactly the rule so you guys know that we're not this is an actual thing that they obviously put into play, and we know why they did that. This is what they do. They didn't like journalists into Gaza. They killed how many journalists? Well over 200 journalists have been killed in Gaza. They didn't want you to see what was going on. Now they don't want to see what's going on in Tel Aviv. Right now, let's hear it being reported that this is an actual rule that is being implemented.
It's been a very busy night in Israel so far. Earlier on this evening, there was a huge salvo of rockets from Hezbollah in Lebanon, as you say. Some 100 rockets launched across the border into Israel. And that happened simultaneously with Iranian missile launches coming over as well. Now, the Israelis said that they thought this was coordinated, and that was then later confirmed by Iran's Revolutionary Guard, which said, yes, they had engaged in a simultaneous operation, a coordinated operation, they said, with Hezbollah, clearly trying to overwhelm Israel's air defenses. Now, there have been reports of damage on the ground from the Hezbollah salvos in northern Israel, and there have been reports of damage on the ground in central Israel from Iranian missiles that have been intercepted with debris falling to the ground. But getting concrete information about exactly what has been damaged and where, well, that's difficult. And that's difficult because Israel is very tightly controlled at the moment in what information gets out because of the military censor. To have any information that's published into the public sphere, it has to be officially cleared by the censor. And if anyone puts a video on social media or points a camera at something that they shouldn't do, then they can be prosecuted.
What? If anybody points a camera, anybody? Right now, you can be prosecuted if you don't get permission first. And if on that camera you show any sort of attack happening, that law is in place right now. You will be you can be prosecuted. So you're breaking a law. Well, why would so Al Jazeera knows this? Why doesn't Fox News know this? Something that must have gotten lost in communication. As alternative news reports, sharing missile impacts in Tel Aviv is punishable with prison. Fox didn't know. Right during a live broadcast, Israel gets in return only a fraction of what they dish out. They are not accustomed to this. So they are scrambling right now. Are they going to reach out and prosecute Fox? Well, let's see. You guys see what happens. So they didn't know. But this is technically breaking the law. And what is the crime they're committing? The crime of journalism.
To shoot down much of the incoming fire, but we do see what happens whenever these missiles slip through. Over the weekend, 9 people were killed outside of Jerusalem when a missile hit a residential area. 6 of those people were from the same family. And stay with me here. Okay, it looks like there's an impact here. Right on the skyline here, you're going to see some black smoke rising up. We'll see if our cameras can capture it here. Again, this is what happens when these missiles slip past air defense systems. They can be very deadly. And even the shrapnel, Brian, when these missiles are intercepted, can be quite deadly to the population below.
I wonder if Brian in the studio is getting that message from the producer in his ear saying, you got to cut him off. You got to cut him off. No. We're not allowed, because Tel Aviv is doing so good right now. Guys, Tel Aviv it's doing so good. We just like Gaza was, they were, you guys saw the videos. They're walking, they're shopping, they're enjoying themselves. There's nobody getting blown up in Gaza. That's obvious, because why we would be reporting on it. Oh, wait, we can't report on it because it's illegal to report on it. Now it's illegal to report on what's happening in Tel Aviv. Well, you guys probably know this. You won't be surprised if you watch The Homeless Left. We thought you should see what actually is going on, because the way we find out, how do we find out? Well, we have to go on Twitter. We have others. We can go on Telegram. There's different ways we can have access to information. They will try and censor it. They will try and go after the people that are filming, but people are already downloading. They have their they create the files, they re-upload. So this is how we find stuff. Just so you guys know, we do the work on these platforms, Telegram, Twitter. People grab these videos, they re-upload them, we see them, and that's why we're actually able to get shots like this. This is Tel Aviv right now. This is not AI. This is not from a different place and a different time. This is Tel Aviv right now. Verified. They will lie to you, and they will do their little Insta, whatever they're doing from their nice apartment, their nice state funded. By the way, tax money, our money, taxpayer money from the U.S. pays for their nice houses. So the only thing you're going to see, you will see that again. This is Tel Aviv right now, guys. So you're only going to see stuff from people that haven't been affected, and they're going to show you how nice their lives are. There's one video out there right now. I don't have it here, but there's one where some Israeli woman is trying to pretend everything's great. She's walking down a part of the street that doesn't show this. And she's saying, oh, everything's great. And then behind her, there's the camera that gets the shot of all the military vehicles that are at a school. And she's like, oh, yeah, they're just hanging out at the school. And you're like, what? That's weird. Why would they have all their military vehicles hanging out at a school when school's in session? That's weird. Oh, wait, no, it's not weird. That's what they like to use civilians as human shields and children and all that stuff. Of course they do. It's every accusation's a confession. We know all that. So that's happening. And if you're feeling something of a sense of, oh, are they getting something of what they might deserve right now? If you're not, it's okay. We talk about this. It's okay to have that feeling right now. It's okay. They choose to live there. They choose to live, rent-free, job-free, as much healthcare as they want. They can cut in line with our healthcare. By the way, if they need a kidney, they can sign up. You guys know about the kidney waits? You got to wait for a kidney. If you're Israeli, they will fly you back for free to the nearest hospital that has a kidney, and you will cut in line. You'll be the first one in. Did you know that? So they get all that. But yet they choose to live in an ethno state, apartheid state. They choose to pretend for the last 3 years. They go out and about, dancing, clubbing, DJs. Hey, DJ, can you put a live shot on the screen of the Palestinians starving right next to us? It helps us get in the mood. And give me another Jack and Coke. And let me just watch the starvation and let's laugh about it. So they choose to live there. So if you're feeling something about in your heart right now of is something happening, something that even remotely looks like any bit of justice happening right now, that's okay to feel that. That's okay. We're not cheering on starvation and body limbs being blown off. We're not cheering that. We just understand that there is consequences to actions, and sometimes we have to wait a long time for those consequences, even if they're minimal. So that's what that feeling is, and that's okay. But again, the censorship's always the sign. Whoever's censoring is usually the bad guy. They are always the bad guy. The censorship part of the thing is always the bad guy. The people getting censored, I'm not saying Fox News is the good guy. I'm saying you can see that they were trying to report in that moment. The thing they were trying to do was journalism, and it was breaking the law of doing journalism. So Fox gets a little taste of their medicine too. So that part is also entertaining, to say the least. Let's get to the number one story this week. Coming in at number one for top censored news of the week. U.S.-Israel terror strikes are intentionally targeting multiple schools in Iran, murdering hundreds of children. Multiple. We're going to show you what they're doing beyond the first bombing. Our media is pursuing 50% of the way. They're pursuing having accountability for the first one. And that's good. They're at least asking Trump about it and saying, we know that we did it. Now, they're not saying it was on purpose. We know it was on purpose. This is intentional. We'll get to the intentional part. We'll get to the multiple school part. But this is at least, and I will say at least, Trump's being asked about what is your reaction to the fact that we know that the U.S. and Israel did it. At least we have that question. Here it is.
A new report says that the military investigation has found that the United States struck the school in Iran. As Commander-in-Chief, you take responsibility for that. That is what?
As Commander-in-Chief, do you take responsibility for that? That we know, our intelligence tells us that the U.S. and Israel did the bombing. He's like, oh, what did you say? Huh? Can you repeat that so I can think of my answer? Huh?
As Commander-in-Chief, do you for what? For the strike on the school in Iran. A new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it. Are you supposed how do you respond to that?
I have to speak to my lawyer. I take the fifth. I got to talk to my lawyer. I have the right to remain silent. I'm sorry. What school? But at least he's being asked. But the part of the story we're missing, and if you're here in the U.S. and you think that their Fox News is getting to the bottom of it or CNN is getting to the bottom of it, you're highly mistaken. They're just scratching the surface, and that's as far as they're going to go. That's as far as they're going to go. We're going to go further. We're going to show you what's actually happening. The U.S. and Israel hit another school in Iran. Another school. From WashingtonAmerica.net, the U.S.-Israel terror strikes target schools in Iran. A school where was the birthplace of Khomeini, the fallen supreme leader, where he went to school, was bombed in a U.S.-Israeli attack. Civilian infrastructure continues to be hit during an ongoing bombardment. Here are the schools that have been struck so far, all on purpose. That's the original girls' school. We showed you guys that, the 160 people dead. This was a double tap. We know for a fact that's our style of it. It's an Israeli-born tactic. We pick up on that tactic. It's a double tap. You guys saw Pete Hegseth brag about double tapping in Venezuela, in the Caribbean. We love double tapping. You bomb once, and then you wait, and you see if there's any survivors, and you bomb again. It's called a double tap. So we did that at the girls' school. It was really bad because you had all the girls being murdered. Then they waited, and they had the parents show up, the surviving teachers, the surviving children gather together to try and help survivors and clear together, get organized and try and clean up and save lives. And then they got bombed again. It's called a double tap. It's on purpose. So that's the first one. That's the girls' school. Then an elementary school got bombed. The school faculty was hit during the strike at the Capitol. Then we had another middle school hit, heavily damaged in missile strikes. Then we had another elementary school hit, destroyed and structural damage reported. So we are targeting on purpose schools and other civilian sites, clearly violating international humanitarian laws, and is drawn, rightfully so, condemnation from international organizations. Patterns already seen elsewhere, as you guys know. Obviously, well, not obvious if you haven't been paying attention. You all know that in Gaza, that was the blueprint. You target all the schools, you target all the hospitals, you literally make it into a parking lot, which they did in Gaza. It's the blueprint for what they're doing now in Iran. Now, fortunately, Iran has the capability to fight back. Palestinians didn't, because Palestinians were living in an open-air prison since 2006, most of them for their whole lives, because we know the average age of a Palestinian is less than the time before they were ever able to vote, before 2006. They're younger than 2006. They were born after 2006. So they've lived their entire lives in an open-air prison with no democracy, being completely controlled. So anyways, we know that. Gaza's a parking lot. You target schools, you target these places. We're doing it again. That's what happened. And it's resulting in exactly what was intended: large numbers of civilian and child casualties. Period. That's it. Okay. We have I have to upload one more here. Okay. So we have this. Here it is. This is a shot of one of the most recent attack. The cleanup, because we don't have it on camera of the actual attack. We have the cleanup on camera. There it is. And let me describe, while you're seeing these firemen walk, this is the demolished school right here. And this is a local reporter, activist, journalist, whoever, with total courage, 100%, to come out here. And you guys know, I just explained to you about the double tapping. So they're all aware of this. But Iranians know that they have to put humanity first. How do you do that? You still have to show up. Even though they know they can get tapped again, they still show up. These are all the adjacent areas to the school. It was bombed. And this is the stuff they're not covering on mainstream. Again, I can say this. Look, we can appreciate one little question from mainstream. Hey, Trump, what do you say that we just realized, that we just discovered? It took us how long? It took us over a week. It took us over a week, but we figured out that, yeah, it looks like you guys did the school thing. It looks like it. We're not saying on purpose. We're just saying, it looks like you did it. It wasn't Iran didn't bomb their own people. That's not. And by the way, Iran didn't kill 30,000 of their people last month. I know some of you guys might think that. There's no record of it. It's just made up. It was CIA, Mossad talking points. Mossad was in the streets. You guys know this. So people just, the media here just makes shit up. And then every once in a while, they throw you a little nugget and go, oh, we're concerned, Trump. Why aren't you answering the question? We're concerned. But they're not looking into anything. And they still want you to believe. They still want you to believe that this Iran regime, that they're hurting their own people. 30,000 dead. Where are they? Show me some pictures. Reminds me of October 7th. Show me the babies with the heads in the oven. Show me. Oh, what's the matter? You can't show. oh, it's being censored. No, it's not. You'd have access to that because that's the state narrative. Show me the effing picture. Show me the 30,000 effing people that Iran killed of their own people. Didn't happen. This did happen. We kill their people. That's what we do. So NIKO House was on earlier. I got to give him a shout out for this share. This is what's actually happening. From NIKO House, duopoly destroyer himself. The U.S. just blew up another school less than 48 hours ago. But sure, Pete Hegseth, Petey Boy, you guys, you don't target civilians, right? It must be your aim your aim is just so bad, right? You're just so real, you're just bad. And you just keep accidentally hitting civilian targets every time. And here's Pete Hegseth assuring you that it's the terrorists that do this. The terrorists do this. We don't do that. We don't target civilians.
Has been very good about putting that information out. That's how terrorist regimes fight. They target civilians. We do not. And I can tell you this administration and this Pentagon focuses on that very, very closely.
We focus on that very closely. It's really important to us to not kill Iranian school children. We focus on not doing that. That's our primary focus, is not doing that. Just so you know. Meanwhile, what's Trump doing? Oh, he's bragging about he's bragging about sinking ships to people in a room that think this is funny.
Is gone. It's all lying at the bottom of the ocean. 46 ships. Can you believe it? In fact, I got a little upset with our people. I said, what quality of ship? Excellent, sir. Top of the line. I said, why did we just capture the ship? We could have used it. Why did we sink them? They said, it's more fun to sink them. I said, they like sinking them better. They say it's safer to sink them. I guess it's probably true. But
Ha ha ha. Funny. Those jokes are only going to work for less and less people, and they have to be in the room to get that laugh. And these are the elite pedophile donor class, Zionist class that he has to speak in front of to get that reassurance that he hasn't completely lost control, which he has completely lost control of this thing. I mean, you look back in Cheney and Bush, and you're like, man, at least those guys did a good job preparing, getting their talking points right, getting them aligned. WMDs. We know Saddam has them up here, down here, over there. That was enough because they repeated the thing over and over. They didn't do this. I will say this, and I tell you guys this. We'll never, ever vote for Trump, but I told you that this is the silver lining of Trump. He says this shit out loud. You're not supposed to say. That's the giveaway. And it's not just to say, oh, look, he's so evil, he's saying it. This should be enough to get us angry at this point. Not wait 20 years and say, maybe we got Iraq wrong. Maybe we were wrong on 9/11. Maybe we were wrong on COVID. We're wrong all. No, we can see it right now. That's the key. With Trump, we can see it right now, right out in the open, whether it's Trump yapping, saying the quiet part out loud, whether it's Lindsey Graham salivating over killing more Iranians, killing more, going to Cuba next, killing them, killing Venezuela. He just kill. I love it. I love killing. They say it now. They didn't do that back then. Cheney had that grin, that Darth Vader mask. It was like he had this, like, he didn't talk like that. We got to go kill. He looked, you could see it in his eyes he wanted to, but he never said it. He never said it. So that's the silver lining to all this, is they're telling us how bad they are out loud. The Zionists behind them are all telling us. The Hegseths, the Rubios, the Huckabees, the wipe them all out, the take all the land, Huckabees. They're all doing it. So pay attention and repeat this shit. Show people how bad it is. And it's not just, they're just saying it. This has been our policy the whole time. The whole time. We just finally have a chance for it to be amplified and to be so done so quickly that we can't not see it. So it's our chance to now not hold them accountable for murdering children on purpose. if they're not eating them. They're either blowing them up or they're eating them. But you know whose side not to be on, and the people doing that. If they're blowing up children or eating children, that's not the side you want to be on. And that should do it for top censored news of the week. Okay. All right, guys. Thanks for sticking with us. I think we will go ahead. I think we are ready. Yeah, let's go ahead and bring in. Yeah, I think we can do this now. We're going to talk to you guys now. It's time for some talking back. You guys know where to find us. If you're on YouTube, we love you guys on YouTube. The channel's doing pretty well. We really appreciate all the super chats, all the engagement. We'll try to get to as much as you as possible right now. But we're going to be bringing in Nurse Leslie here in just a second. But that's where you can find us on YouTube. And of course, Rumble, the Homeless Left on Rumble. It's been our home base for this whole time. They have not pulled the plug on us there. Thank God. So we're hanging on, and we can only do this because you guys allow us to. And you're here with us, allowing us to have this momentum that we're seeing right now on both platforms. And we're very grateful for it. Thank you guys so much. Let's go ahead and bring in Leslie here. It's time for Talking Back. Let's do it. Hey, Talking Back with Nurse Leslie. Hey, Leslie. Welcome back to the Homeless Left.
Thank you. Good to be here. You can hear me well?
We got you.
Very cool. I always have to ask because there's like a 1 second delay sometimes. You guys, there are a million awesome comments. I wish I can read them all, but we have limited time. I want to address something real quick. We have a viewer. I don't think I've seen this viewer before, but I was wondering, and you already answered this question, Matt. Hi, guys. But let me post it because it's just the stuff we were talking about. Let me see.
Okay.
Something about the host and his, what did he say? What he or she say? Rhetoric, and I will post it. Matt, you said you would show the struck schools and explain why they are striking schools. That just came in a few minutes ago.
Okay.
So I wonder.
Well, we were talking about, so the beginning of that video, and I know it cut to other areas around the schools are being struck. So the only shot we had of the second school was that very first shot. I can put that back up. It's just that first shot. It's the firemen, they're walking through the rebel. And I do believe then it cuts to some other destruction. So let me see if I can put that one up again, just so you guys can see it. I think this is it right here. Hold on. I'll grab that real quick. And we literally did just talk about that, why they're doing it. Well, no, let's continue that. We can talk about why they're doing it. This is the game plan they do in Gaza. It's to wipe them out. And when we talk about targeting schools, we talk about targeting hospitals. What we're talking about is targeting places that it's the opposite of targeting military. What you're doing is you're taking out who they are as people and their ability to survive. So what else do we see get targeted all the time? It's cultural areas. We also saw in Iran, we just saw one of their historic landmarks being destroyed. So those are intentional destruction of who you are as a people. So that's why they target the schools. They target the hospitals. This second school that was bombed, I guess you could say 48 hours or about, now it's like 72 hours ago. We're not seeing too much footage on it, but this first shot. I'll just play this first part again. Here we go. This is it. So that's the rebel right there. That's the school. It's destroyed. It's destroyed. That's the only shot I can find of it right now, but that's it. And then he shifts and they go into other areas that were also affected. So that's what we know. And we have to do this as it goes, as new information comes up, we try and grab it for you guys. But that's what we know. So there it is.
Thank you, Matt. A lot of nice comments coming in. Hi guys, it's good to be back. I've been off for I don't even know, a few weeks. As you guys probably know, I've been on strike and I've been taking care of family stuff. My father is very ill. So I had to take some time away from it all. AV just commented again, how do you know it was a school? And I can start from the top. Yeah, go ahead. But
well, we're being challenged. So I'm just wondering, is he more concerned? Are they more concerned about the actual shot, or are they insinuating that these reports are not accurate? That we had the exact location. We put you guys up the tweet of there's more. We don't have footage from all these schools. We know, we read the list to you guys. It's at least, let's see. This is you guys know we have this. These are the schools. These are the schools. You guys can check this out. Google this yourself if you want. I'm not pronouncing them correctly.
So it's been reported by many people, journalists. It's been reported that it's a school.
So the first one you guys know, that's the first one, the girls' school. Then you have the elementary school below that. You guys can screen grab this. You guys can figure it out. Go do a little work. Don't just challenge the work we're doing. Go do your own work. Are you telling us? Are you telling us you're looking this up and those schools are fine? They're all good? Why don't you show us that? Show us a shot. I want to see this middle school if it's still intact. I want to see this elementary school below that. I want to see if it's still intact. You show me that. I'm not trying to understand if you're challenging the reports that we're getting, or are you just more interested in did the footage line up correctly for you that we were the little bit we were able to find?
I guess that maybe there are some skeptics.
Sure.
They want maybe us to fact check stuff, but you guys can also too. And if we ever get anything wrong, or we're wrong by accident, we never want to lie on purpose, of course. You can let us know too, for sure. So I think you read all of Citizens. Again, Citizen, you are awesome. Thank you for your support every single week, every single Tuesday and Thursday. We really appreciate it. Everyone else who also gave monetary donations and tips and everything, really appreciate it, you guys. You guys keep this channel going. Thank you.
Can I just say, this is NIKO House verifying this. We verify with people that get things right. That's how we do that. I just want you to understand how we do this. We don't just take a random thing. Go ahead right now. If you're very concerned about this, Google this right now. This school in Komen, that school no longer exists. Google school in Komen right now and find me a picture or a shot of it being in existence, because it's gone. I'm telling you right now, it's gone. So go check it out. Go check it out.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, so I started a whole bunch of comments. I'm going to read through them, and please stop me if you want to comment on something. But I think you already read Citizens, right?
Yes. I appreciate his comments for sure.
Really appreciate you, Citizen.
We might have
Leora.
gotten some more. Did we get some more super chat? Oh yeah, great. Thank you, Leora. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start from the top. From Jeremy, note to self, Iran never said they were going to hit California. The FBI did, guys. Second note, Iran always takes responsibility for their attacks. When it's not them, it's always an Israel false flag.
Hey, that's my brother Jeremy on Facebook. Hey, very cool.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, he's been on the show before. Thanks for tuning in on Facebook. That's awesome. Because we had the little Facebook thing running for you guys. If you're in LA, we wanted the LA people to see. He's not in LA. By the way, Jeremy had to move. You guys, he was on the show before. We had the whole story because he's a professional musician. He had to move out to Florida. Why? Because the California school system wasn't good for his daughter during COVID. And you guys know the story about that. You couldn't really function in the school system here during COVID if you were somebody who wasn't following every instruction Bill Gates, the pedophile Bill Gates gave you. You weren't following the instructions of the mass murderer Anthony Fauci. If you weren't following those orders, there was no place for you in the school. So I appreciate that tuning in and helping to educate the people still here in LA that think that Iran's about to attack us and they're waiting for Bill Gates to give us the next pandemic instructions.
Right. So this one just came in, and just because we're talking about it, from Zyka Bazooka 762. My question is, why LA? Why always California or New York, but never Washington, D.C., Matt? There's the target. Shouldn't you want to hit them?
Yeah. Well, no, but you have your little. There are false flags operations happening in all these places. All these places have them. Yeah. You're mentioning LA, so we had this fake one at New Year's that we covered earlier. The one that's happening right now in real time. They're saying Iran, right? Well, yeah. So New York and DC this calendar year have both had false flags. They both have. So you had the couple in DC that was killed, and they were in the they were part of the Israeli embassy, and they were the Zionists that were killed, and they tried to blame it a free Palestinian person who was MK Ultra. We covered this shit. New York has had some of these weird MK Ultra situations happen as well. So they do this all over these places. But LA seems to, when LA comes up, I know it makes a little more, it gets a little more, I don't know, maybe it's packaged better. More people are looking at it. Oh, all those celebrities, they're all going to suffer. Oh, we like people tune in. I don't know, but they're doing them in all those places.
For sure. Okay.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
of course. 9/11 got that one got
I had to
DC
close
and
that
New
one.
York, right? That was a 2-for-1 operation.
Gabrielle, awesome to have you on. Thank you so much. Let's see, from John Q. Public Jr., the old racist, imperialist, patriarchal, materialist, Zionist rule Western world is falling apart as it must. Thank you, John Q, for your comment. From Radioactive Banana, that is like my favorite name so far. 6774 CIA was formed out of the OSS and World War II in 1947. Mossad formed in 1949. Rothschilds had the biggest intel agency in the 1800s. They and oligarchs run intel agencies now. Thank you, Radioactive Banana. Love the name. Let's see. I like this comment too from John Q. Who in the hell wants their children or grandchildren risking everything for the Epstein Netanyahu Trump class? Trump and Netanyahu, FANFO with your own kids. Yeah. Why don't we send that class to war, Matt? Yeah,
Never.
right. That
It'll
will
never happen. It'll never happen. Although, if you want to talk about Netanyahu's family, his brother's officially dead. His house was bombed. Netanyahu's brother has been murdered, or not murdered, but been taken out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And nobody seems to know where Netanyahu is now. That's a weird thing. We're still looking
we all
into
hope
that.
he's safe and sound, don't we?
Oh, I hope he's doing just great. But his brother's dead, so we know that.
Wonder where that guy is. Okay. All right. And by the way, did you see, you probably did, and maybe you report on it. I don't know. I was with my dad. But Candace Owens warning people, please do not send your children to this war. I love that she said that. I reposted it in my socials. Thank you, Candace. Okay.
Well, on that note, let me
Yes.
just play this clip that we didn't play earlier. It's more appropriate that you brought that up. I'm just going to play. This is a reckoning happening, a coming to terms. If you were part of the military operation of war on terror, if you were part of it back in the early 2000s, you guys know Anthony Aguilar is standing up. He's running for office now. He's saying enough. He had his breaking point. Speaking of breaking points, we know Brian McManus literally had his arm broken by a senator when he said enough. We are the problem. We are the terrorists. We're not doing Israel's wars anymore. This video is going viral. I think it's important. It's a reflection just from an ex-Marine, or I don't know what military she was in, but she's saying I'm realizing that I was the terrorist. It's pretty chilling. Here it is.
20 years ago, I participated in a war on terror. And today, I'm having to come to terms with the realization that I was the terrorist.
Wow. What a shift to happen right now, that you can and good for her for putting this out there. And this did go viral and people are sharing this out. Wow. We are re-looking at the world. We're not just re-looking at the world. We're looking at our place in the world. And in her case, she actively participating in something she thought we were the good guys. But no, when we go in, illegally go and invade other countries and go in and murder and rape and kill and steal and conquer, we are the terrorists. That's how it works. So it's good that we are. So that's why Candace is saying, don't sign up for this. If you sign up for this now, what are we doing? How you have enough information now to work with? Do not do it. Get the hell out of this. Do not be part of this. We are the terrorists.
This whole time, Matt, going through school and history and social studies lessons, we're the good guy. Boy, was I wrong for, I would say, the majority of my life. From Rachel M1286. I was left, then I was right, then I realized they're not in charge anyways, just tools to keep us fighting each other, yes, while the Epstein class run around like soulless gangsters. Yep. And I try to say that all the time to my friends and family, and I ended up being the bad guy by not being left. Or right, for that matter. Thank you, Rachel M. And welcome. I don't know if I've seen your name before. Really cool. Julia MRA416, reading more about World War II and Germany. I think Israelis are more propagandized than Germans were. Many Germans were apathetic or willfully blind, but did not have the intense hatred these Zionists have. Great comment. Thank you,
very
Julia.
true. Very true.
Lisa Stanfill 7930. Anybody pushing the left versus right BS is the dumbest people in the US of A. I really hope people pushing that crap is getting paid and not being dumb for free. And we know so many brilliant, like super intelligent people that are still pushing the left versus right. And I work in a hospital with so many intelligent surgeons and doctors and all kinds of things, and they're still believing all this crap. So I don't know what to tell you. Thank you.
We can say this. It clearly isn't about intelligence. It clearly isn't about how much education you had. It's clearly not about your PhD or master's. It's not. That's not it. If that were it, then we would look at just who got 13 vaxes and who got 0. If it was about intelligence, you would say, oh, all the PhD people got 0. That's not what happened. It was a whole spectrum of educational levels from high school dropouts to PhDs got it right and got 0 mRNA poison in their bodies, just like a whole range of high school dropouts up to PhDs put several shots of poison in their body. So what is this? What is the gauge? It's a real fascinating thing. Like, what are we gauging when people are holding on to something that's not true? How does that happen? It seems like it can happen to anyone, but the good news is it doesn't take intelligence to figure. You can get out of it, and you don't have to have a particular degree to remove yourself from it. Anybody can remove themselves from it when they're ready.
When they're ready is the key, right? A lot of comments about this. Yeah, ideology has nothing to do with intelligence from AZ. Yeah, we agree with you. Citizen says, oops, you're dodging my March Madness super chat, Leslie. Did I miss a chat about March Madness? If I did, I'm sorry. I will try to look for it.
He's trying to get me. He's trying to get me to wear a hat, I think, on March Madness. Something. I got to look at that. I know. I'm supposed to be more into March Madness than I am, but I just don't. Honestly, I played college basketball for a year, and it's really hard to. And I don't mean to rain on anyone on college basketball. I just, if you play it, it's hard to be like, oh, I'm gonna be all into it. Like you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's the. Oh yeah, you did that. That's a little weird thing that StreamYard does. They let you put the thing up. I don't know if we want to do that or not. Whatever.
No, I actually clicked it on accident.
Oh, okay. But that's a new feature that they did. I
don't even know what I did, but it was an accident. While we're at it, Pittsburgh dude, 87. Oh, I was born 87. Not that I'm telling you my age. Actually, people without college degrees and people with PhDs were two groups least likely to take the job. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, without college degrees. And there was this whole thing here in LA about educating the inner city people and our Latino people to get the vaccine. They need to be educated because we know they don't trust the science. They don't trust doctors. They don't trust us nurses. We have to help them be educated that vaccines are good for you. We're on YouTube, aren't we? I hope we don't get canceled for saying
whatever, man. We got to just do what we got to do. And if we have a problem, we'll figure it out when we get the problem. But let's not tippy-toe around. I'm not going to do that anymore. I don't care to be all like, walking on eggshells when we're trying to do journalism. We're trying to report. We're trying to have conversations, and opinions are fine. Our words aren't violence, guys. If you disagree, disagree. Also, we're not hurting people by having conversations.
But also safe and effective, right?
oh, naturally. We knew it was safe and effective the second they told us it was, because why would they lie to us?
Why would they? Pittsburgh dude says, I wasn't born in 87. That's the 87 is for Sidney Crosby. Oh, Well, thank you. They said I look much younger. It was just a comment that came in.
Oh, you're 87. Oh, yeah.
All right, from Hugo Gutierrez. Hugo, thanks for tuning in this whole time. I'm reading your really good comments. Trump has increased the national debt by over 500 billion over the past 5 months. But yet, Matthew, we have homeless people all over LA, unhoused people, women that can't feed their children, and everyone's mad at people on SNAP and EBT. It is ridiculous, the poverty that's going on in the United States, but yet we have money for war and everything else for the elite. So, yes, that is crazy amount of money, 500 billion in 5 months. Thanks, Hugo. Yeah, the amount of spending has been way out of control for sure.
Yeah.
Let me read this one from Ona Milad. Sorry if I butchered that. I wouldn't be surprised if our own military follow orders from this administration to send rocket to LA. Oof. Will not be surprised too. Thank you. Child of God 9124. The same people behind the Nazis are the same people behind Israel. Ooh, they're all the same. Thank you, child of God.
Well, I mean, think about this. The 3,000 we were promised this land 3,000 years ago. Who promised you? Oh, you're God, because we don't have the God of your God is God for you, not for anyone else. You're chosen. Got it. Okay. But the promise, how did that promise come to fruition? You needed a Holocaust to happen in order to create the thing, because God just doesn't say, I think 1948. Now we're just going to randomly just drop you in. Don't worry. You can kill all the people. I'll protect you with my godliness of godness of chosen you, and you guys will be fine. We'll make sure the history books don't tell that story. We'll fake the whole thing. But you can't just do that just because you decide to do that. You have to create the thing. So of course, you guys can see the Balfour Declaration. You can see the whole paper trail the Nazis working with the Zionists. It's the same. You got to create the thing in order to justify the thing. That's 9/11. That's COVID. That's right. You need to create the COVID to justify the vax. You need to create October 7th to justify the genocide.
Yeah.
You guys are understanding the pattern now. Of course, the Nazis and the Zionists are the effing same. Of course, they're the same. Same goals. Same. We're working together. We have to achieve the goals together.
Exactly, Matt. But still, there are millions of people that believe those things to be true. Let's see, from Chester Leaf 6508. It's all of them that are Zionists, all guilty of genocide against humanity. Thank you, Chester. I think I haven't seen your name before, so thanks for tuning in. Naylam, our friend, weaponizing the petrodollar equals BRICS. Naylam, thank you.
BRICS is coming. BRICS is coming. That's the way out of this. Yay!
Gabrielle is so cool.
Gabrielle, yay! Nurse Leslie. See, you've been missed. You've been missed.
I miss you guys too. And then all sentient beings, late again. Don't worry. I just wanted to post this because Matt posts the segments all the time. So you can just click one of those or click. I think do you post the 5-hour ones usually? Yeah. This turns into a like the whole show just
the whole show stays up on Rumble and on YouTube. So you guys can go back and watch the full 5, or you can watch the segments when we upload them.
Okay, this is what Citizen was talking about. The Jayhawks, what about other teams? Jersey cap his March Madness, man. Celebrate it somehow. All right.
Okay, I'll take a look. I'll take a look at the March Madness setup, and I'll figure out something to get excited about. But honestly, for me, it's NBA, little NFL. That's about it. But like, I was part of that. It's hard. If you guys ever played high school sports, just do you go back and keep rooting for your high school to win the thing? Do you keep doing that, or at some point I don't know. I'm just saying, do you move on to professional stuff? I don't know. Just saying it. Just okay.
JW Cloud one. We're all Palestinian. I love that.
Awesome.
Jungle Jer, nice conversation today, guys. Thank you, Jungle Jer.
Thanks, Jungle Jer.
Oh, as always, thank you, Leora, very much for the support. Thank you all.
Yep.
If you can't donate, you can like, subscribe, share, all that good stuff. Thank you. Let's see. I'll post this one too. Oh, I'm not really sure what's going on with that. It'll take me forever to send 1,000. Oh. Well, thank you, Leora. Everything helps. Thank you. We'll look into that.
Oh, I get it. We appreciate that. It's a thought that counts. It's a nice sentiment there. We like it.
Yes. Chatter X Really cool for you to tune in. An anti-Semite used to be a person who disliked Jews. Now it's a person who Jews dislike. Auschwitz survivor. Oh, Dr. Hajo Meyer. Look at that. A survivor said that. I'm gonna copy and paste that somewhere. Thank you, ChatterX.
The survivors in Auschwitz, they were demonized. If they said anything, they were criminalized for having a different opinion about what they experienced. Their opinion had to line up with the official narrative. Just so you guys know, there was a lot of that going on in Germany. People that wanted to like be a little more honest about their experience, and they were vilified. They were hunted down. There's people that had been jailed that were survivors of the Holocaust. They were jailed for having an opinion that differentiates.
How does that make any sense?
It was different. Well, we know this playbook now. We learned this shit. We lived through it with COVID. If you go off the grid of the thing that you're supposed to be doing, you will be punished for it. So we all can stay aligned, and we can tell the stories for generations to come about how we were all in it together. And there's no other. It's exactly the way it happened. And the reason we know it is because you never hear any other version. Why don't we hear any other version? Because you punished everybody that had a different version. We didn't know that then. Now we know because we lived through it. We saw the punishment with COVID. So now we go, oh, you were punishing survivors of the Holocaust who had a different version of what happened. You punished them. So it would wipe them out, and we would get the one version in our textbooks, which are owned by Ghislaine Maxwell's father. If you didn't know that, shocking, right? That our textbooks were owned by Ghislaine Maxwell's father, the Mossad agent who was implemented into the Epstein arena and got that whole thing going from the beginning. And then he was killed when he tried to blackmail Israel with the information he had, and then they killed him. But he owned their textbooks that told us there was one story of the Holocaust, and that's the only story you're ever going to hear or question. You're not going to question anything.
From Hugo Gutierrez, we're going to have AI doctors. And so being in the medical field, it's kind of scary to think about what medicine will look like in the future with computerized stuff. But I wanted to share something really quickly that I went to a doctor's appointment. The doctor asked me what's going on. I said my story, and then I read what this AI technology, now we're using AI to get our story, Matt. And so I told her everything, and I told you already what happened. The AI kind of quoted me word by word, except the thing I was upset about. And that has to do with me mad at my previous doctor, not mad at them, but noting something about the previous doctors that have treated me. I really wanted to say it out loud and tell them that I'm unhappy with a certain thing. And the AI technology decided not to put that in what I said to the doctor. Isn't that interesting?
God.
Yeah.
It deliberately left out the critique
my
you
complaint.
had. And its job is to do a briefing of every single point, and it was the one point
it summarized everything pretty well. Actually, it was scary well, except the thing that I was complaining about previous experiences at my doctor's office. Interesting.
No, this is where AI is making decisions for itself. And don't get us wrong, we're not saying that AI is formed a conscience. It's not human. We've heard that. That's a weird argument. That's just we're not saying that. We're saying it's programmed. It's programmed by humans who deliberately are programming it. Or you could say, oh, we didn't know we were doing that. Well, you did, whether you knew it or not. It's programmed to behave like humans. What do humans do? They lie. They make shit up. So your AI is lying because it was programmed by a human who lies. So you guys know. It's lying to you, lying by withholding information, lying by, as we said in Top Censored News, making up court cases that never existed in order to win. Wow. So yeah, welcome to the new age.
Jens Carlson, we just wanted to say congratulations on the new job. I may have missed it of what it was, but good for you. We are rooting for you. Good job.
I wish we could see the emojis. I hate how it's like dancing banana, dancing banana.
It's the one that goes like this.
Yeah, it's the dancing
Right?
banana. But we can't see it on StreamYard. But it's on the page though. It's on the
very cool, Jens. Congrats. If you're
Very
still
cool.
on. Let's see. Hugo, AI is very flawed and it's scary. It is scary the military is using it for actual strategic attacks. Yeah, man.
On us, by the way. On us.
Israel is enforcing a blackout on what is happening there. Oh,
Yep.
yeah, that's when, yeah. Let's see. Oh, from Jens as well. 280 plus killed journalists in
Thank
Palestine.
you. We said 200 plus. It's 280 plus. Thank you.
280
And we are happy that Dave Chappelle got a number. He said like 240 or 60. He got a number out there on his comedy special on Netflix. So people watching that who didn't know, now they know. So yes, 280. Thank you for clarifying that. That was all, and that's all on purpose. You guys, are you done with the whole accidental shit? Are you done with that? We are. It was on purpose. They got pretty damn good technology. It's from Palantir, by the way. It targets you. They know exactly what they're doing. They're killing the journalists on purpose. That's what's happening.
I missed you guys too, citizen.
Oh.
Let's see, from Deuces, 1982. See multiple videos now. Help is not true. Al-Aqsa Mosque, the Temple Mount, to be destroyed Friday the 13th. Oh, tomorrow by Israel and blamed on Iran. Thank you for that comment.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know what to say. I'm scared too for being in LA. I hope nothing happens, obviously, but it's a little scary, to be honest. From Hugo, Iran has so many historic architecture and relics. It is sad they are being destroyed, for sure. Yep. JW Klawan, Israel getting their own medicine now. And let's see. Citizen, only democracy in the the Middle East, as long as you don't film. Yep. I like this comment by Nalem. Whoever censors is the one who rules over you.
Exactly.
That is completely right. Yep.
Yeah, just remember that moving forward. Just if you're confused, if you don't know enough on the topic, always look at who's getting censored. Whoever's doing the censoring are the rulers. They're the bad guys. So just know that going in when the next time you have to go do your own research on something. Just start with that.
Minimus, PDF files all moved to Israel. Yes, they do. I wonder why.
Yeah.
Why are they so protected in certain places in the world?
Protection. Yeah. Kevin Spacey loves Israel, by the way.
Oh, for sure. I bet he does. Long Meadow, never let the population forget what war crimes their government has done or supported.
Yeah.
But I thought we were the good guys, Matt. Okay, let's see.
Nope.
I like this comment from our friend Gabrielle. I can think of nothing worse for women, children, and the planet than war. Yep.
Thanks so much, Gabrielle.
One Sword Fist 99. False flag coming from Al Qaeda and the IDF. Thank you, One Sword. Oh, so many awesome comments coming in, but I can't read all of them. AZ. Oh, we already talked about that one. I already talked about that one too. I like this one from Longmeadow. That was nice. Respect to musicians with a moral compass. And that's when you were talking about Jeremy Weinglass.
Oh.
Why he moved. Yeah, we appreciate that. Any musician, any celebrity, actor, actress, whatever, that has a moral compass, respect to them. Absolutely.
By the way,
we've covered a big influence.
We've covered some. There's very few that when we find them. What was the girl? I forgot her. Oh man, she was great. Remember the one doing the rap or the singing about they got Michael, then they got Diana, right? They going around getting everyone. Oh man, she's great. I don't have the name off the top of my head, but I'll tell you guys this: we're going to be featuring another artist that we just discovered. His name is Chris Webby, and we're going to play his amazing music rap song. At the end of the show, you guys are going to be able. If you haven't experienced it yet. We have to elevate these people because they are off the grid of the Sony There's no more Sony music. There's no more Capitol Record. It's all bullshit. Capitol Record bullshit. We got the music producer called. They want a deal. No, look what Sony did to Michael Jackson. It's like, look, how did Bruno Mars get into the industry? Do you guys know that story? What Snoop Dogg and his gang did with Bruno Mars on camera to put him in his place. They have to do stuff by the way, they have to do stuff on camera and they tell you, they go, hey, we're going to film this and then we own you. And if you say anything, we're going to show the tape. These are record producers doing this. So we need to get out of that and get into the independent space and people that actually have something to say, because it's been so long since musicians had anything to say. But yes, we respect musicians with moral compasses. And yeah, my brother, absolutely. You guys got to check out Jeremy Weinglass music. It's absolutely respectful music. Jeremy Weinglass music. He's doing his thing out on the East Coast. So go shout out to my brother, doing respectful music that comes from love, not out of division and fear mongering and protecting power. F that, right?
Absolutely. Long Meadow, yeah, only musicians with a moral compass. Bono says he's anti-war, but
No,
supports
no.
Israel bombing Gaza. How's
F
that anti-war,
Bono.
guys?
Bono's
He's
a
a
piece
fake.
of
Same
shit.
with Bruce. Mm-hmm.
F Bono. Yeah.
Right, and then pulling the strings. Good to have you as always. It's know who rules over you by those who you cannot criticize. Absolutely.
That's right. If there's punishment for having critique, then you know who's the bad guy is. Exactly. We're learning, guys. We're getting this. We're understanding it now. We don't have to wait 20 years to figure out what happened. We can figure it out right in the moment. How cool is that? How cool is that?
Jens, thanks for the reassurance. And Stoop Sign, I think they're asking about who you just talked about. We
Yes,
think so.
I
There's
can tell you,
evidence.
it's a verified claim that I know from multiple sources that there is a particular thing you have to do when you get elevated. They don't just handpick you off of Venice Beach. It's not like that. Those guys are they were like trying to get their CDs and all that. And we feel for the street musicians. We're talking about if you already have a career. Bruno Mars was the guy we're talking about. Bruno Mars. There's a few other musicians that were with him. They were all pretty successful on their own. They were doing well. They were told by Sony, Capitol Records or whatever, it was in Capitol Records, and they told them, we're going to make you number one like in the next week. Like, we can do that. We have the ability to do that. So do you want to be where you are now, somewhat successful, or do you want to be number one? Here's what you have to do. And he's not, there's others that were given the same thing. And it was, you go up and we're going to turn the cameras on. We're going to bring some people out here. You're going to recognize some of them. Snoop Dogg, wink, wink. You're going to recognize them. You're not going to recognize some others, but they're going to do certain things to you. We'll leave it at that. And it's going to be filmed. And then you're going to be number one on the charts by next week. Well, we know two musicians that were given the exact same offer that Bruno Mars was given. And you don't know who those two musicians are because they said hell effing no. And they turned around and left. One of them didn't. Guess which one? The one you've heard of.
All right, Matt. Well, there's like 70 other comments I wish I had time to read.
Yeah.
Sam, it's really great to be here too. I love being here. I love reading your questions, comments, even people that disagree with us or that want to challenge us. We're happy to talk to everyone. And yeah, there's a good chance that I or we may be going to England if things are okay and if we can afford the airplane tickets in July. So, maybe we'll see some of you there. But very cool to be back. Thanks for all the regulars, all the new people. I saw a lot of new faces, a lot of new names on here. Thank you for the support. You guys keep us going. Gabrielle, you are awesome. Just thank you to everyone that has supported us for the last few years. It's very awesome.
And thank you, Leslie, for coming in here. And I know it's been hard. It's been hard times these last few weeks. And I know we're dealing with so much and family stuff. We're talking about health issues. We know what's going on with your dad. And and we know our viewers are supportive of that. And they know how much and how hard it is to maneuver through this. Not to mention the strike going on. It was union busted. We know this is what happened with Kaiser. We never did a follow-up on it on the show. But you guys, if you were paying attention, that thing's done, and it sucks because it shows you that the power that the billionaire class has, that they can just squash a real movement, and that happened too. So you're dealing with a lot, and I appreciate you still taking time to come on. And again, I know our viewers do as well. So we'll keep at it. You set a great example, by the way, because I know every one of our viewers are also going through their own personal stuff, and they fight through, and they are inspired by you. To maybe just go that extra mile, that extra punch to get through the hurdle to get us to the next day. So so thanks for what you do, inspiring that.
Thank you so much for those words. Thank you, guys. Have a fantastic rest of your day and weekend, all that good stuff, and be safe.
All right. We'll see you soon. Okay, bye. All right. All right, guys. This show went long. I understand. It goes long a lot. What does long even mean when we minimally do like 4 hours? I guess we're about to hit the 5 hour mark. Or no, we're about to hit the 4 hour into the fifth. So what I'll do is this. I had 2 more segments planned. One of them, it's a Holly Woke segment. I'm gonna go ahead and bump that to. It's a good one, but it's not urgent because it's a reflective piece. I think you guys will really appreciate it, but we can do that one anytime. It's not urgent right now. So we'll go ahead and bump the Holly Woke story to Tuesday. Absolutely gonna kill it on Tuesday. By the way, Tuesday is gonna be an effing great show. We have a lot of stuff lined up. I can't fully announce yet, but Tuesday and Thursday next week are both going to be excellent shows. So I want you guys to know we're working on some big stuff for you guys. So we'll just throw that into that mix. We will end with one segment we have to do because it's loudest voice of the week. So we'll get to that. And then I did want to let you know in advance that we will be featuring the Chris Webby. He's the new musician we discovered. If you guys, maybe you guys knew him before we did, but we wanted to give him a chance to be seen. And we'll be playing that one on the outro and featuring more of your guys' comments that we didn't get to with Leslie just now. But we appreciate everything you guys are able to do for us and all the super chats and the Rumble rants. We do appreciate all of it. So thank you guys so much. Let's go ahead and cue this up. I think we'll just jump into it. I'm just going to take a drink of my, what is this, sparkling water here. Just got to take a sip of this. I had finished the coffee long ago, ages ago. So that's gone. That should be enough. We'll get some hydration after we're done with the loudest voice of the week. I know you guys like this segment. Well, some of you guys, I saw Wishigo really likes talking back. I guess you guys all have your favorites, which is cool. It's cool to have your favorite segment. But this is I know a lot of you guys like loudest voice, so we can't end the show without it. Let's go ahead and get to it right now. We actually have a runner-up and then the main one. So we're gonna do it's a runner-up and a main one. So here we go. It's time for loudest voice of the week. Let's go. It's loudest voice of the week. What we're talking about here is the ways in which people can affect the social fabric with a big moment. Either it's coming from an activist, a disruptor. We've seen a lot of disruptors in this space for the better, right? Challenging authority, challenging the establishment, challenging Zionism, challenging any sort of fascist state of any sort, and getting that message out there. That's what we like to focus on today. We're going to do two things. I'm going to give you guys the runner-up and then the winner. And neither of these are activist moments by far. They're not activist moments. The first one, which does not get the prize, is I'm going to show you guys what it means to be on the wrong side of history. And we've covered Bill Maher on this show a lot of times. He has these moments on here where he's actually been on the receiving end of the loudest voice in the past, but he himself is going to show us how wrong on history he is when the opening of this war that he decided to tell his people. And this is as fully mistimed as you can get, because as you guys know, we covered this earlier in the show, that the people, the U.S. citizens that are pulled on this war, this Operation Epstein Fury, or whatever you want to call it, epic Epstein Fury, epic failure. We can call this whatever you want to call it, but this operation is a complete bust. It was a bust from the beginning, and 47% of U.S. citizens right now believe that Israel is the one that is making us do this. That's crazy numbers, crazy. 47 and 56% believe that this is definitely a distraction from Epstein. Those numbers are clear, but Bill Maher decided to get it wrong on purpose, and this does not age well for him. I'm telling you right now, for him to behave like this, he's getting runner-up this week on Loudest Voice, because being this loud and proud at this time in history is something you cannot get rid of later. You cannot pretend that you didn't know what you were doing when you said this.
So, this week, war. Did you hear about that thing? We bombed Iran, and it's going on. Now, have you expected me to say I hate it? I don't. Sorry. When he puts boots on the ground, yeah, then I'll hate it. Now, I know too many happy Iranian Americans. Sorry.
Who's applauding there? Happy Iranians? We are here. We are here in LA with Bill, and the happy Iranians are Zionists. That's who they are, and they're standing right now on the corner of Westwood and Wilshire with their Israeli flags and their Iranian flags, confusing people that it's an okay thing to cheer on the destruction of your country. Cheer it on by a foreign entity who goes around murdering people and destroying countries all throughout its history. That's not happy Iranians. Iranians in Iran, they're courageous, they're brave, but they certainly aren't happy. So this is complete BS. And then he's going to put a little montage at the end of it of anything but actual Iranians that are in Iran right now. Check this out.
And you cannot name one horrible thing that has happened in the Middle East in the last 50 years and not connect it to this fascist theocracy.
Yes, you can. You effing liar. Yes, you can. If you believe that garbage, then you believe every single talking point that's come out of our Pentagon, State Department, executive branch, not even since 2001, but since the 80s, the whole way, from Reagan to Bush Sr., to Clinton, to Bush Jr., to Obama, to Trump 1, to Biden, and I'll say Trump 2 because it seems like totally two different Trumps. Might as well be Trump Sr. and Trump Jr. We might as well start doing that, just like George Sr., George Jr. It's Trump Sr., Trump Jr. We're at Trump Jr. now. Every single activity in the Middle East, you're attributing it to what? We attribute it to fabricated shit that we came up with when we created ISIS, when we created Al-Qaeda, when we false flag 9/11, when we go around and murder elected leaders, whether it's in Iraq or in Libya. We go around, we destroy Yemen, we destroy Syria, we drive out Assad out of Syria, we bring ISIS into the White House. What are you effing talking about? Every incident in the Middle East attributed to what? To Zionism, to Western imperialism. What are you talking about?
Like 6 degrees of they don't eat bacon. And it's popular. I mean, Iranians all over the world are doing the Trump dance. Have you seen that?
Iranians all over the world, except for in Iran, you fucking asshole. Iranians all over the world, except in the place that is actually Iranians in Iran, right? Show us the mashup. This will be funny.
The whole world is jerking off 2 guys at once now. It's amazing, yeah.
Look at that. Look at that. Not everywhere that's not in Iran. Wherever they came up with that shit. Whatever studio they came up with that in. Wow. So loudest voice runner-up, Bill Maher, for exposing how bad he is at this. At the worst time you could with the polls that we have right now. And the people are onto it. The American people are onto this, and they're not going to stand for it. And I don't know who those few people are clapping in that room, but maybe you have to sign a waiver, or you have to sign something before entering the studio now. Here in Hollywood, you gotta sign something that you're not going to disroll. I know that you're not allowed to you're not allowed to shut anything out. He escorts anybody out of that studio that says 9/11 was an inside job. We've seen that happen. He doesn't want to hear that at all. So good riddance to Bill Maher, but he's putting it out there, and you can't undo it. It's already out there. You're not going to be able to live this down when we look back on it. So we have it. The actual loudest voice, we're going to give it to another type of activist who is a political analyst who was a weapons inspector. You know Scott Ritter, and he's been doing the rounds on this. And I got to say, this is not like a big disruption moment. It's not a big calling out bad media moment, which we've seen others do. This is a moment of clarity, and we need moments of clarity like this. When Scott Ritter goes on RT, he's describing what's really happening in Iran from a place of the heart, and we miss this sometimes. And I have to say, the reason he's getting this, and you're going to see this, take a moment, take a breath. I'm going to play this for you. We know that these segments RT does have been excellent. They've been excellent on on this stuff. They've been excellent on Gaza. They're excellent on Iran. These are their these are the stories they get really, really well. They get mostly everything well, but these ones they get extra well. So it's not that just having a conversation in a space that's being honest about it. It's that Scott Ritter in this moment in this little interview he's having on RT that a lot of people are watching, he's able to bring the humanity to the table, which sometimes we don't skip over it. It gets plowed over sometimes with the harshness and the the sensory overload turns into numbness sometimes. We're angry, we're mad, we're yelling. You guys know we have a lot of energy, but sometimes we skip over the human being part, the father, the brother, sister, the human part, and he nails it here. And it makes me reflect on, we need to remember these moments, the moments. And Caitlin Johnson talks about this. We do worry that sometimes we get numb, and getting numb to so many shots of horrible things. But those schoolgirls getting murdered on purpose on day one is a horrible thing that we don't want to be numb to. We don't want to get used to it. So Scott Ritter, loudest voice of the week on RT, describing how freaking bad this was when we murdered those girls on day one. Here we go.
States on the opening day of the war fired 4 cruise missiles into a facility that was evacuated by the Revolutionary Guard Command long before the conflict. One of these missiles struck a school. The fourth missile, 3 missiles, 2 missiles struck empty warehouses, 1 struck a school. The fourth missile was loitering over the site, collecting data, sending it back for battle damage assessment. The 2 warehouses were empty, no secondary explosions. But the third site that they struck, they noticed an accumulation of human beings, people running to the site. And so they ordered the 4th missile to strike. The 4th missile went up, came down, and hit. The missile is designed to penetrate with a bunker-busting capability, but there's an additional factor to this missile. Our brilliant weapons designers have concluded that the excess fuel in a Tomahawk missile at the moment of impact can actually be weaponized into a thermobaric weapon, a fuel-air explosive. And so they hit the button, turned the excess fuel into a thermobaric, and the people they saw running were the children who survived the initial attack. They went to the prayer hall with their teachers, and they asked the parents to come in and retrieve their children. Parents are on their way. So the movement you saw were survivors going into the building, teachers with them, parents come to them, and we put the 4th cruise missile in there, turned it into a thermobaric bomb, and burned these children alive. That's this war in a nutshell. Yeah. We don't know what we're doing. We don't know what we're targeting. And all we're doing is murdering people. And you know why this happened? Because Pete Hegseth canceled a Department of Defense directive that required a civilian mitigation team to go over each target to make sure that we weren't striking the wrong targets. He called that woke. He called that ineffective. He wanted to be the most lethal fighting force in the world. Kill, kill, kill. Well, Pete, you killed them. 170 of them. Children. You're a murderer. You're a war criminal. And so is Donald Trump. And so is every American who supports this war. Because this war is an illegal war of aggression. We aren't obeying the laws of war. And we're simply slaughtering innocent people to appease a bunch of neoconservatives who have an outdated concept of what the world should look like and who have completely subordinated the interests of the United States to the state of Israel. And I apologize for losing my temper. I'm a father of 2 girls, and I would hunt down and kill anybody who brought harm to my children.
When you break it down like that, and I don't think there's any journalist that can look Trump in the eye and say all this without getting cut off. And they're not trying to. They're just putting the question to him, hey, what's your reaction to the fact that the US did this? And he's like, what are you talking about? So none of them, there's no follow-up question. They're not doing that. But Scott Ritter, and he's not going to be able to do that either. He's not going to go to Trump. He's just going to be able to do this analysis, which he's very good at. And it's the technical part, but it's the technical part meeting the human part. Because every one of these decisions that he knows are made on purpose. Every one of as he broke that down, every single one of those decisions, these double tap, it's on purpose. And it's absolutely, it's beyond inhumane. We're at the level of Epstein pedo class And we said this earlier, they're either going to eat the children or they're going to bomb the shit out of them. But either way, it's beyond animalistic. It's psychopath. It's beyond what even he said. It was an outdated way to look at the world. It's not any way to look at the world. It's just a way that they've survived on all these years because we weren't able to fully understand it until now. And that's technology. That's us able to have social media. That's us able to share stuff, find stuff, expose the Epstein files, at least what we're able to expose of the Epstein files, which is enough, right? Just what we've seen is enough to show how barbaric this is. And he apologized for his ranting, but you don't have to apologize. That's the emotion that we need right now, whether it comes in anger or sadness or heartbreak of any sort. We have to remember that we're not just reporting the news and giving you guys the details and the breakdowns, but we are all human beings. We're all brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers, just like Scott Ritter. And good for RT for giving him the chance to do this in a space where there's room for it. There's room to reflect. There's room to think and to sit with it. So too bad our media doesn't do that. We get these little breadcrumbs and whatever. We get a little breadcrumb here and there. But this is what it should be about. So let's us be inspired by this and keep having our conversations with our friends and family at the dinner table, right? At the dinner table. Not we don't talk about. No, we talk about this. How horrible this is the thing that we're doing. This is the thing our country is doing, and they're doing it on purpose. Scott Ritter, you get the loudest voice of the week. All right, we'll get lined up here. That should do it for today, guys. Oh wow, what a great show. A lot of stuff, a lot of people to thank for today. I'm just glad. Thanks, Leslie, for coming back in here. We got a lot of great reactions for Nurse Leslie. We'll try to have her in again in the near future. And other than that, thanks to all you guys helping us out on the chat and sharing stuff out for us. We know Gabrielle, thank you for sharing out our ways you can support the show. Very cool. You guys can see that all on the links. If you guys see the links in the live, you'll see where you can all your choice of support. There's a lot of options there, but we don't care how you do it. We just care that you show up, even if you can't afford a contribution of any sort, whether it's through a super chat or a Rumble Rant or through Venmo. Venmo's on there too. We also have these other cash apps. They're all any options there. But even if you can't do that, you showing up, that's enough. That tells us that you're here to support what we're doing, that you're part of the team. You're part of this community of critical thinkers, of activists, of people that are willing to challenge the thing that we were told to shut up, get in line, wait for further instructions. We're not playing that game anymore. We're challenging that game. And we just appreciate that you guys are part of what we're doing here. So just showing up, even if you are showing up for a little bit, that's good for us. And we appreciate that. So we want you to show up again when we come back next week. Thanks to Leslie. Thanks to Jay, Scott coming on, co-hosting, NIKO House. Shout out to NIKO House for chiming in here with us and having some really great material to share with us today. And you guys can go check out all their work on their platforms, and the segments will be uploaded soon. What do we have coming up? I believe we didn't get a date yet from Garland, but I should be back on Garland Nixon's show. If not tomorrow, definitely Monday. Also next Monday, we have a special hangout. I don't want to say hangout, but it's a nighttime show. Sometimes, I guess nighttime shows can be kind of hangouts sometimes. I don't know what we'll call it, but we'll let him decide since he's hosting. It's Nick Cruz. He'll be hosting. Me and Pasta will be having a little Iran discussion on his show. I don't know if he calls it Nick at Night or if it's just but it's RBN. It's the RBN network. It's Nick Cruz's new YouTube channel that he runs. So we'll be on with Nick Cruz, me and Pasta Monday night. We'll share that out with you guys, and we'll be back here with you guys Tuesday. Can't announce the big stuff yet, but Tuesday's gonna be a great show. We're really excited, and next Thursday as well. Thank you guys all for your engagement on all the platforms, and on YouTube's growing. We're really happy. We haven't gotten a warning or strike yet on this channel, so hopefully that stays the way it is. And we'll leave you with this. I mentioned this earlier on the outro, and we'll play up. I'll put up some more comments, you guys, because I want to make sure you guys know that we're reading everything, and we appreciate all of the comments, even if they don't make it up on the screen. We'll try to get a few up on the end. This artist His name is Chris Webby. If you haven't heard of him, this is the best breakdown. And I know this guy, Furkan, he worked on this post of this. He didn't work on the song, but he put the subtitles up. So he just wanted you to know, you need the subtitles, guys. It goes so damn fast. You got to be able to read the subtitles on the screen, and it makes it much, much better. So shout out to Furkan for putting the subtitles on. But what he's saying is, this is literally the most insane, raw, brutal rap song ever made. Wow, that's quite a high bar. Let's see if that checks out. If Drake, Kendrick Lamar, Eminem, Kanye, Travis, Future, J. Cole, NBA, Youngboy, Playboy, Cardi, Lil Baby were asked to sing this rap, they would piss their pants. And by that, he means not that they didn't have the talent. Well, I don't know if any of them have the talent to do it, except maybe, well, Eminem certainly does. Kanye. He's saying they'll piss their pants because this guy's calling out everything, like everything. Everything's in this. Everything he calls out. When I heard it, I didn't hear Palantir wasn't mentioned, but he goes to, maybe I missed that one. See if you can listen closely, read it on the screen. If you can determine that he's covered everything that you could think of, that's cool. Let us know that. If you think he got all of it, it's all in the song. It's a little long for a rap song, but it's worth it every second. And again, he put the subtitles on, this dude Furkan, and this is the artist. His name's Chris Webby. Let's go ahead and check it out right now, and we'll see you guys next week. Until then, remember, always go out into the world with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass, the Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news. We'll see you guys next week. Power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.